Is it that green one they're playing on? I was thinking of... Oh. Not the one that could be. Oh, kids and
Paul said he was going to sit over there, so I just had a wander around, but I prefer the high and
you've got the same angle with them playing on this one.
yeah, it was a really good outfit.
Yeah, we always used to sit there before the go out. I think you got the sun later on. football Premier League is up in Sixth, aren't they?
Yeah, well,
Up to about a couple of months
the
before.
problem is, if we didn't this round of cup, it's going to two separate leagues, so Champions League. So I didn't know if we were playing next Tuesday or Wednesday, or we couldn't do it until the following week.
How's Glenn getting into this group?
Sorry?
How's Glenn getting in?
I never have. I've just seen him. He's just been from Birmingham in Birmingham last week.
He did some cricket, didn't he?
So, have you got him in your Leicester card?
Oh, for you, yeah, obviously I'm a life member of that.
Yeah,
so,
you're okay.
I'm okay with that.
I guess if it's anything you play, you can do the ticket.
Well, I mean, if it's a 4-day ticket, it's very unlikely that's it to be value for money.
Yeah.
Unless you need the next ticket anyway, because you're going to go to say, the thing is though these days, I think at the moment there's only 15 tickets posted through. Most years of the times I went off around that time, oh, but they're not necessarily going to be there.
No.
You've essentially only got a couple of years, haven't you? I mean, I've been
I mean, when I get it not this season, because I ain't got two records or I'd have to not play when we didn't pick up.
yeah,
I've been
that's
three
right,
separate
yeah.
matches on the same
I've done a couple of days. Two and a half days.
When I worked it out, the days I've been
I hope you win the toss.
yeah.
Win the toss, win the match. You could get. You could
I
get.
hope they've all handed the telephone to you.
Well, balling, we're balling. We're balling. You want to spread out a bit?
Yes.
I'd say pretty much easy. Obviously, what we want to do is space. It's a bit wet as well. It's a bit wet.
You get out of the an hour.
Really? From behind you.
I hit it at about 7:30.
What was it earlier? It must have got better then. There was when I got through it, there was a police car with an arrow, and there looked like some vehicle in the ditch.
Well, that was abnormal low to gone off the road.
Right.
There were 6 police vehicles blocking off 2 carriageways. So 3 carriageways went into one.
Well,
It was jammed.
when I got through three, I got here at about 8:40. So I'll have gone through that at about, I'll have got through it at about 8:10.
At 8:10, I thought the right there just missed 8:05 buses that come to it. That felt the end of the road.
Yeah, I just better try to get it back in later. What time is the next one? Well, you're probably about half an hour ahead. So what we do, I think we're bowling. I think we won toss. It's the green one, not the obvious one. So I saw the Sicilians, I came in, I thought, oh, it's going to be that one. And then I saw them banging. You've got to be win the toss ball. So we're all out for 2 days now. Bad weather's new. Well, we're
Just see whether it looks like it's done all week, that it's coming at lunchtime. Tomorrow looks alright, but Wednesday and Thursday. And Thursday.
yeah.
Went out to eat.
Oh, yeah.
It's different.
Yeah, but it's just today big sun's all day, isn't it? Well, not all big suns of sunny intervals, 20% chance of heat. They're not predicting rain on that. It looks like Wednesday's first day.
Wednesday goes over the week.
Thursday.
Thursday's a bit better.
Thundery showers and a moderate breeze. Yeah, 50%. Are you going to sit on either there or there?
Well, very good morning. If you just joining us here at Wicket Associates Campground in Somerset on this glorious Monday morning. News from the middle is that visitors Yorkshire have won the toss and have elected to field first. Confirmation of the 2 teams starting with Yorkshire. Number 9 is Adelaide. Number 33, Finley Dean. Number 16, Mayank Agarwal. Number 23, James Broughton. Number 51, captain and wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow. Number 77, Matthew Rebbis. Number 18, George Hill. Number 47, a warm welcome back to Taunton for Thom Best. Number 44, Jordan Thompson. Number 21, Dan Moriarty. And number 19, Jack White. Confirmation of your Somerset starting 11. Number 38, sponsored by Holiday Cottages, Josh Davey. Number 32, sponsored by William Abbott, Tom Kola Cadmore. Sponsored by Paul Thorpe Spinal Surgery. Number 15, Tom Lamondy. Sponsored by King's College. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Sponsored by Taunton School. Number 28, Tom Abel. Sponsored by Pump Supplies. Number 66, Archie Vaughan. Sponsored by Maitland Walker. Number 24, Somerset captain Lewis Gregory. Sponsored by Blackdown Dental Equipment. Number 54, Ben Green. Sponsored by Amarin Rubber and Plastics. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Sponsored by Eurolates. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. And sponsored by Freedom Energy. Number 17, Jack Leach. Confirmation that Yorkshire won the toss and elected to field first.
He rung up and obviously did it early, but going to give you another call. I mean, I slept all right, but the trouble is, I mean, it's like, when I watch the television like Britain's doing, Jersey's waking me up, to be honest, because obviously it's quiet up. There's a Morrison's quite good, there's a Morrison's about a couple of minutes walk away. So I've got meals here, I've got a bottle of water as soon as I move, and you can get a salad, like, not a salad, or a salad if you want, but that fruit thing. But I got this, it's like a yogurty thing with crunchy bits in. I don't know if you've seen it. It's like yogurt and oat clusters. But I had a nice breakfast. I went home and they do porridge in Morrison's actually. So I got porridge with strawberry jam and a slice of toast, and it's unlimited drinks now for a fiver. And they do, like, which is, I might do it tomorrow. They do full breakfast. I might do that Thursday with my trafford that. But they do two fried eggs on toast. I'm like, I think I've had that before.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Well, we keep that one to chance, but well, whoever, I don't really. I
Based on
just
the excitement of that Sunday that we felt after the first break we thought you'd gone home, but you were sat with Ralph, yeah.
I mean, they gave so many things.
Look that.
Yeah, but the rules they were dealing with, because when we came off the field, 9 overs not being put because of this,
Yeah.
it was a glorious
Yeah,
summer's day. They could have played for another 2 hours.
Yeah.
And caught them 9 and finished game naturally.
I mean, when we came off for that second break, we were in the driving seat. We
Yeah.
only had one wicket down, didn't we?
Yeah.
We just collapsed when we came back after the
Well,
second.
we played for away.
Yeah.
He needed to
The panic and
keep it
the
slow,
rush to
rotate,
get them.
keep him hanging at all off Gladstone for 8 years. Keep rotating and don't take wickets. And we just played a job.
Well, I know when I looked at ball by ball, we got about a hundred off last 6 overs, didn't we? Just under.
About 93.
93 off last 6, which we were saying, well, if we take 220, then we were 78 across.
Yeah.
Who won the toss at Essex and advances? Warwickshire won the toss at Surrey and
Not me,
fielded.
not me.
Suffolk won the toss home to Hampshire and fielded. Notts won the toss at Worcester and fielded. Kent won the toss in the batting. Gloucester won the toss at Leicester. Derby won the toss at Middlesex. And Glamorgan won the toss at Northampton.
That bar what?
Yorkshire.
Bones.
Oh, the wonderful, wonderful play.
Well, still down there, right?
Finish what goes here. Lammondy Green. Bones. Gregory.
Downs on for away.
Goldsworthy 9. Aldridge.
Yeah, I think Green's, I think the one that was due to go off to another county on loan.
Leicester.
Yeah. Typical seems to work quite easily this night. Receptacles work quite well.
Oh, I don't know.
Have you got Kola Cadmore?
Yeah.
No, I asked. He says he can't. He says if you go to the receptacle, down there, he says I'll try and do that lunchtime while he's there.
I got it all swallow. I mean, they were actually, the QR room was shorter than the other queues for the members and whatever, because all we thought was probably going to be quicker. Oh, yeah, exactly. Everything easily overlooked.
I didn't get that.
Found it Old Trafford.
Where's it already?
Well, teams have extra court spaces there.
Right, go there. There you go.
So they were dancing on the end.
Yeah, I think that's great.
So they'd obviously opened it up. Because on my sat nav it was showing half an hour before, sort of 5 minutes, or 10 minutes. I went through it was only like, slow. You don't have to stop the whole match. Clearly been quick, haven't they?
Yeah. They've got a signboard and a notice flashing before them. Then it went into secret and we couldn't get anywhere near it. I thought that kills whatever it is.
battery seemed to move quite freely.
I mean, I said when they did it, those safe that should have gone in and then not there. Without
Glenn said that in Manalac there was a couple of hundred in big flail.
this one, I didn't like it. A very good fish.
Oh yeah.
43.8 to 400 record. He must be playing then. Somerset team, never mentioned us.
Well, let's have a look at yours. Easy. So shall I go through it again, boss? Adding live and Sunday into it.
Once again, a very good morning from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club. Welcome to sunny Taunton. Delighted to have Garridor along as our match sponsor for this game. Garridor is one of the UK's leading garage door manufacturers, offering multi-bridge, high quality, reliable and stylish garage doors to suit any property. With innovative designs, robust security features and long-lasting performance, Garridor delivers solutions you can depend on. A reminder that the day one gets underway in a little under 10 minutes time and that Yorkshire won the toss and elected to field first. Confirmation of the two teams starting with our visitors from Headingley.
What we're working on is that Hill and White
Number 9
will
is
open
Adam
the door.
Ryan. Number 33,
Thompson
Finley
at
B.
3, or Hill and
Number
Thompson
16, Mayank Agarwal.
And then we've got
Number
Revis as the
23,
full team.
James Wilton.
But really,
Number
Revis is
51,
a half a
captain
team
and
now.
wicketkeeper John Bairstow. Number 77,
Thompson.
Matthew Revis. Number 18, George Hill. Number 47, Dom Bess.
It doesn't make sense
Number
looking at
34,
that.
Jordan Thompson. Number 21, Dan Moriarty.
Somerset are playing
And number
Triscothic
19,
schools
Jack
there.
White.
But Bournemouth
And
more
Somerset starting 11. Number 38, Josh Davies. Number 32, Tom Kola Cadmore. Number 15, Tom Lannanby. Number 55, James Rue. Number 28, Tom Abel. Number 66, Archie Ball. Number 24, Somerset captain Lewis Gregory. Number 54, Ben Green. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. And number 17 is Jack Leach.
Well, what about the other teams?
Well, nothing yet, but if that was the end of it, we're only finding out now. Maybe. But did you hear that Yorkshire's been fined for suspended point taking in the they failed to follow the correct procedures for taking mobile phones off the road. Evidently what happens is you're supposed to put them in a bottle before throwing them.
A couple of new things to draw your attention to. First, very exciting that 2026 Somerset Women's membership is now on sale, and as a thank you for your incredible support of Somerset Women this summer, we've taken the decision to freeze prices of this already incredible value package. Existing Somerset Women members can purchase 2026 Somerset Women membership again for just £25. For more information, please visit our official website. And after Saturday night's thrilling victory in the Vitality Bus, both players and club will be running official supporters coaches to Vitality Bus Finals Day. The cost of return travel will be £60 for members and £65 for
Well, welcome to a sun-kissed Taunton. Cricket's about to start, 10:30, of course. I hope you're all aware of that. Well, you will be if you're watching. And the news, the toss news, is that Yorkshire have won the toss and they're going to bowl. And I'm looking out at the pitch there. It's fairly green, so it's not a surprising decision. And now I move over to Sophie, I'm thrilled to say is here, for news about the teams.
Well, hopefully we've got some graphics, but that is the Somerset team. And Vic, do you want to describe how you came in and talked about the team?
There's a lot of very slow pace bowlers there and quite a lot of quite fast batsmen. Clearly, this is a team minus Craig Overton. Pretorius is injured. Jake Ball's available, but he's not playing. They've got an eye on the weekend. So you've got an odd-looking team. Josh Davies back opening the batting. You've got a lot of seam bowlers, none of whom, except possibly, actually, to be fair to say, Casey Aldridge, is going to frighten batsmen with pace. Ben Green's playing in his first championship match, called back from the Leicestershire loan. That's what he wants to do, of course, play red ball cricket. Well, curiously, he's going to play a game for Somerset, and he's been in terrific form in the 50-over game. So there's a lot of batsmen there, a lot of people who can bat. But goodness knows who comes in number 10. I mean, it might be Casey Aldridge. He's there on the card at number 10. It hasn't got much pace, but it's got a lot of options. So that's the Somerset team.
Yeah,
bear in mind there.
I'll just run through that. So it's Josh Davey, Tom Kola Cadmore, Tom Lammonby, James Rew takes the gloves, Abel, Archie Vaughan, Lewis Gregory, the skipper, Ben Green, Lewis Goldsworthy, who I'll be staggered if he bats at 9, where he is currently carded, Casey Aldridge, and of course Jack Leach. And if we look at the Yorkshire lineup, this is who we've got. We've got Adam Lythe, Finn Bean, Agarwal, which he's in for the last 3 games, I believe. James Wharton, the skipper, and the wicketkeeper, Johnny Bairstow. Really excited to see him play, but he'll be taking the gloves first and foremost. Matthew Revis, George Hill, Don Bess, formerly of Somerset, of course, Jordan Thompson, Dan Moriarty, and Jack White.
So there's plenty of bowling in that side. They have played 2 spinners. Even though the pitch looks very green, no one knows quite what to expect at Taunton nowadays. So they're covering all options. And I suppose, if you look at the championship table, Yorkshire are probably still looking down. They are 7th. There's a little bit of blue water between them and the bottom 2 clubs, which are Durham and Worcester. But they would, it can change very quickly with a win or a loss. Somerset are still looking up, but they are some way in 3rd position, but some way behind Surrey. They'd have to win all 3 games, I think. Not get penalised for the Durham pitch, and for Surrey to not play very well to win the championship, but technically that is still possible. So, forget the order we saw for the Somerset team. We've got Tom Kola Cadmore coming out to open the batting. In fact, we've got 2 people who've been associated with Yorkshire opening the batting against Yorkshire. Tom Kola Cadmore, I don't think they ever considered him as an opening batsman when he played for Yorkshire. But he's coming out, which is a good reason to be here on time. And he's accompanied by Archie Vaughan, not Josh Davey, as we saw on the card, who started the season opening. He's got some runs, actually, white ball runs recently. Long term, you hope he's going to be an opener. And he's going to play against, I'm sure, a few cricketers with whom he's familiar. So we have to get used to the fact that people are going, changing, moving all over the place. Don Bess was here on Saturday, and I'm sure he enjoyed the game. But of course, now he was captaining Yorkshire throughout their 50 over, and they obviously did very well. They're in the final, aren't they?
No, I think they lost. They lost in the semi, like us, unfortunately. Yeah, lost to Hampshire.
Anyway, so we welcome him back, and we welcome them all here, and there they are. The 4 slips stationed. we wait and see how this pitch behaves. We're just lucky to see the Quantox, sunshine,
Glorious
and Yorkshire
day.
in Taunton. What more do we want?
It's going to be Jack White to take the new ball from the Marcus Triscothic pavilion end. He's bounding in.
Well, that was quite an eventful first ball since the ball played and missed. A lot of noise in that slip cordon. It's always a pretty noisy slip cordon, I reckon, the Yorkshire slip cordon. Shy at the stumps.
Is that from memory, Vic?
It's from a very distant memory. Yeah. I mean, we used to love playing Yorkshire. You go to Yorkshire and it was... They were... I mean, this is a long time ago. They all had very strange accents. They spoke incredibly loudly.
White's in again and hitting that up to mid-on. It's fielded with a diving roll.
And just to show you how long it goes, we used to have lunch. Lunch was everyone went into the same dining room. And in those days, we're talking sort of quite a long time ago, Yorkshire were required to wear their club blazers at lunch.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Very formal.
Yeah, yeah. We weren't.
Got a short leg in as well. That's the 4 slips. Left alone by Kola Cadmore.
I don't suppose they thought long and hard about what to do when winning the toss, Yorkshire, having seen the pitch. But they have, it's interesting, they have played 2 spinners. Neither of us, I don't think. And we've lost our pitch expert at the moment, but Trigo will at some point examine that pitch and tell us whether it's going to spin. He probably knows already.
Yeah,
wherever he is.
Probably done it from a remote location.
Yeah.
Again, left alone.
But, I mean, green grass doesn't always mean it's a terror track at Taunton, but what it does mean, and it's usually very helpful, is that there's a bit more pace in the pitch. Live grass, ball comes off a bit quicker, means the nicks carry. It means that actually stroke play can be easier because the ball's coming onto the bat.
Kola Cadmore just trying to advance at the bowler there. Didn't get much bat on that one,
No,
though.
it was almost... White has not got huge pace, I don't think, and he was shuffling down the track pretty early on, almost outside the line when he tried to hit that delivery. I mean, he had a terrific time, albeit against the Kookaburra ball as an opener in the last batch of championship matches. Played really well.
Doesn't carry.
Okay, well, signs of movement. No, middle of bat not found very often. When looking on, a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. What's this pitch going to do? They've still determinedly on that scoreboard over there got Davey opening the batting.
They have. Good spot, Vic. And on this one, actually.
Yeah, someone tell them. Davey's grown about 6 inches and lost and become incredibly slim.
I'm sure Polly is on it.
I'm sure she is. Has it ever disturbed you when you're batting and you know they've got your score wrong on the scoreboard, especially if it's gone down?
Well, they give runs to the other player. Clipped through the onside by Archie Vaughan. That's going to race away.
That is. I mean, that's a terrific piece of timing. Not bad for first ball. It's just short of a length. It's quite a big boundary out there. He just punched it. And away it sped. It's a nice start.
Well, if they put 4 next to Davies' name, he's doing very well scoring runs in the pavilion.
He's still got 4 on the board, but we can tell you that's Archie.
Bit of movement away from the right-hander there, George Hill.
Well, we could give him the benefit of the doubt there, I suppose. Just held its line. He didn't follow the ball. Slightly different atmosphere to Saturday night. You were here, weren't you?
Oh, that's
so
brilliant.
On Saturday night, and it took my breath away. I'm not sure I've quite recovered yet, actually. But it was one of those games, wasn't it, where some said, what, 82 they got in the 6 overs, the Bears, and you thought, oh, what's going on? 9 fours in a row at one point. 9. I thought your equivalent, the male captain, kept his cool pretty well. There's 9 fours in a row, and you're thinking, hang on a minute, what do I do now? Well,
yeah.
It was amazing that they managed to drag it back.
Yeah, I
wasn't
mean,
it?
when Warwickshire walked off with 190,
That
I'm
was a
sure
real
Somerset were thinking, how have we managed to
Exactly.
walk off without them getting to 200? And Birmingham Bears probably thought, I think we've missed a few out there.
They were, well, they... Ooh. You thought they were... I mean, I remember saying ridiculously, I think I'd take 230, maybe 220. But even so, we don't want to harp on it too much, but it was such a night. All the way through the chase, Somerset were just behind, and even, 1, 2 overs to go, 30, whatever it was, 31 or 2, 19 off the last over. Goodness.
Doesn't carry.
Well, good soft hands, but it's clearly doing a little bit. And then that last over. Gosh.
Did you still think we had a chance, Vic?
Not really. Well, the trouble is, I mean, you never know now, do you? Never know. I mean, I watched Ben Stokes go for three sixes, or 4, was it? 4 sixes against Carlos Brathwaite all those years ago.
Yeah.
So anything can happen. But, there was 1 6 he hit, the one that went to the Andy Caddick Pavilion. I don't know. I mean, it skimmed. It never got over about 10 feet high.
I agree. It was
and
like, how has that gone
going.
for 6? Yeah.
Had no right to keep going, to be a 6. A fantastic shot from a very, very low full toss. Anyway, it was one of those nights you'll remember for some time.
Yeah, it was some atmosphere at the end of the game.
The ground really was rock. It was quite a quiet ground, quiet crowd for most of the match.
Well, because we were
it wasn't
probably
quite
behind
going,
the 8 ball most of the
Exactly.
game, to be honest. Yeah.
And then suddenly it erupted in the last 10 minutes, I guess. And everyone was just buzzing as they left too. I expect some stayed for some time. Well, it's not entirely straightforward, it seems. There is that movement there. Of course, we're back to the Duke ball. Any movement's liable to continue a bit longer. Ha! We've just had news. We've all been fretting. We've all been fretting about the whereabouts of Trigo, problem on the motorway, car seizing up.
Driven beautifully by Kola Cadmore on drive, looking to advance at White again and gets the better of him. And that time picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, well, he's not afraid to sort of use the crease, even as an opening batsman, to come down, and he just about made that into a half volley. I thought he was hitting it wider of mid-on, but he went straight in the end somehow, and he's off the mark. He's
Well, it's a good job that we remembered there was a 10:30
well,
start, Vic.
exactly. Mind you, even if it's 10:30 start, even if it was 11 o'clock start,
Good
he
ball
should
there.
be here by now doing his pitch inspection.
He should.
But anyway,
He might be struggling to get out there now.
Yeah, well, you never know. He said, excuse me. Just give me a couple of minutes. Anyway, yeah, 10:30 start. Well done to all the spectators who are here. And you've done rather better than Mr. Trigo. We probably won't mention it much after. Harry'd have been here by now, wouldn't he?
Is Harry here?
No.
No, he's not here today.
But I don't think he's meant to be here today.
Oh. Yeah, but usually, even if he's not on commentary, he's usually
Well,
lurking about.
yeah, looking. Does he look? When I say Harry's not here, I don't know. I haven't seen him. He could well be here. They've got Vaughan on the scoreboard now, which cheers us all up. So the world is coming to order. Trigo, we are assured, is on his way, and Vaughan, instead of Davy, appears on the scoreboard, and the sun's shining.
Well, I presume Davies, well, not going to drop down the order, but
I
think he's going to drastically go to the other end.
I think he could easily bat at 10.
I think he could as well.
It's either 1 or 10.
It's amazing that, isn't it? That you could either go...
Well, you wouldn't think he'd go ahead of... I mean, looking at that lower middle order, it looks quite an impressive lower middle... Well, we don't know when Goldsworthy's going to bat, but might be at 6, possibly. Then you've got Gregory. I'll get him in early. Green. Aldridge. Well, by and large, Davies usually batted below them if he's not opening the batting. Leach is quite a good number 11.
Very good number 11.
It can be a bit of a trap, though, when you look at a lineup like that. You think, well, we've got plenty of batsmen down the road. Batsmen don't quite take the same responsibility. And, of course, we don't necessarily think it's going to be straightforward out there. We've seen movement. We've seen a fair bit of playing and missing. Well, that's a sweet shot again from Vaughan, back at the top of the order. Well, it's a good job we're switched on, you and me, because we've just heard that Harry Everett is, of course, at the ground.
I actually can't believe that he...
And he didn't know it was 10:30
would forget
either.
that. He's usually on the ball. Well, it's quite poor from him. I'll have a word later.
I think perhaps you should.
Yeah, I will. Vaughan on to 8 then. Hills in.
Ooh, it was just a bit fuller, a bit of bounce. A lot of tapping of pitch. Kola Cadmore's come right down and tap the middle of the pitch for some reason. I think in the Durham game it started quite green, but there were sort of bare patches at the end. I don't see many bare patches. It's allowed to seam on the first day, but not spin. Which is an old spin bowler. I think it's a bit unfair, really. Oh! Well, there's always been a lot of machinations with wickets. And Essex apparently get the bare bits very wide of the stumps, but Harmer can still find them sometimes. I mean, way back. It's not a new phenomenon. I mean, Surrey, way back before I was born, when they had people like Jim Laker and Tony Lockwood, it was a sandpit. At Leicester, when the old Ray Illingworth was captain, it would be sandy at the ends for his spinners. Oh, that's still moving around. And indeed at Trent Bridge, it used to be green in the middle and just bare at the ends.
4 overs gone here. Somerset 14 without loss.
14 without loss. And, well, it's nearly just gone quarter to 11. And we've got company at last.
Should have known, really, shouldn't I?
Eddie, do you know, that's almost a contrite Trigo. We don't get to see that very often.
Lay on between legs.
I hope we didn't get a speeding fine.
I've been here for about an hour.
Oh, he's been here for an hour.
Oh.
Got myself a little drink.
Don't worry. Peter's at the back of the box, and we can reassure him with the news that Harry made the same mistake. You're in the
Yeah, you're in the same bracket as
You're in the
Harry
same
Everett.
bracket as Harry Everett.
Harry didn't do it for 28 years.
Yeah, that is true. I suppose Pete, in his day, was used to the September comes, put the alarm clock forward half an hour.
See, we play all our games at 10:30.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to be said there. It was when the famous 2005 Test Series, because it was on Channel 4, they always started at 10:30. Because I think it was Hollyoaks was on at 6. No, it's true. That's why it was.
Oh, wow.
And actually, from a working point of view, I quite liked it. And, not much, just half an hour at 10:30. So the game, the extra half hour would take you to 6 o'clock. And then there's a bit of life left in the day.
Yes. Yeah.
In the middle of the summer, I mean, there's plenty of daylight. Obviously, once you get right towards the end of September, 10:30, by 6 o'clock, it's starting to get a bit dimpsy.
Yeah,
Moves around a
because
bit.
these guys won't finish till the 20-something of
Yeah.
September.
Yeah.
Still 2 more rounds after this one.
Well, it is clearly moving around, and Kola Cadmore in particular, he's not exactly playing by numbers, but sometimes he shuffles down the pitch and sometimes he doesn't, and he's almost coming out down the pitch outside the line of off stump. There's a certain logic there, because if he misses it and it hits him outside the line, he can't be OBW. I suppose he could be bowled round his legs, actually.
Yeah, he's definitely just trying to negate
But he doesn't do it every ball, does he?
that movement, yeah.
There it goes again. I mean, there might be I don't know if there was an inside edge there or not, but
Plenty of noise out there, one way or another.
yeah. Of course, when I was playing against Yorkshire, you had to be born in Yorkshire to play for Yorkshire. They were the only county who didn't have any overseas players at that time, because that was the rule.
And when did that change? Do you know when that changed?
Well, I got a funny feeling. It wasn't until the 90s, early 90s, and I may be wrong on this, but I got a feeling that Sachin Tendulkar was their first overseas player as a very young man, but I may have got that wrong. But we've got a whole team of researchers, and you got your laptop. Who was Yorkshire's first overseas player? And that was a reason why Yorkshire declined in the 80s. And one of the reasons apart from possibly Jeff Boycott being captain, but one of the reasons they put forward is that, well, we can't sign all these overseas players because, well, I don't know how he's hit that there, but he's got it there. He was looking on the leg side, but it's gone straight again for 4.
And then we got round there.
5 overs gone, 18 without loss.
4 of which are boundaries. The 2 Vaughan Vaughan's hit 2 off the middle, square of the wicket, and Kola Cadmore has got 2 of them straight past the bowler. Not necessarily where he was aiming, but
Never doubted you for a second.
it was Sachin,
Vic
was
Marks.
it? Yeah.
1992.
Yeah. Whereas for the rest of the country, the overseas players came in the mid-60s. So they played for 25 or more years without an overseas player.
So Satcham was only 19 at the time.
Yeah. Everything we've seen out in the middle there suggests it's going to be quite a struggle for the first hour or two. They're bowling pretty well. I mean, they're beating the bat quite often. A lot of balls thudding into the pad. Kola Cadmore's case, he's often quite a long way down the pitch. Vaughan more orthodox in his approach. He doesn't actually get very far down the pitch. Although on that instance he had a little shuffle down too, but not very far. Anyway, he's got to be pretty phlegmatic in these conditions, not to be worried by the ball beating the bat.
They've both been stuck at the same end, haven't they?
Yeah.
Vaughan's only faced Hill and Kola Cadmore's had to deal with Jack White.
That's right.
So
no
far.
Singles. Might be an idea just to mix it up, but if they can.
Not quite timed from Vaughan. I think it's going to be dragged back in. It is. Just a couple more.
And he's gone. Somehow it's not a big surprise. The ball's been beating the bat so often. And he actually a very early tuck. It must have been quite a big nick because he walked off the minute it hit the gloves. He didn't bother waiting for the umpire. Let's have a look. This just trying to defend the ball and almost a sort of resigned departure. Let's look at from the bowler's end and see how much it moved. Just a fraction, perhaps.
You've been asking a lot of questions, George Hill.
Yeah, well,
putting it ball in the right areas.
Yeah.
Archie Vaughan has to go for 10. And I'm hoping we're going to see Lammonby in at 3. And then we won't have any more surprises.
Yes, it looks like Lammonby. We've seen, well, A, it looks like Lammonby. B, he's playing some loosening, practicing shots as you do, sometimes as you walk out, and he's doing it left-handed. Well, Lammonby's well established at number 3 now. Actually, he's had a good season in the championship. He had quite a good time for the first time. He'd never played, or he played for I think one 50-over game before this season, because initially he's been with 100 set up, hasn't played that many 100 games, but it was a whole new ball game to him playing 50-over cricket. He struggled a little bit to start with, and then he got a stack of runs, but even more interestingly, he started bowling again and getting wickets, and not just getting wickets caught a deep square leg either, getting wickets more conventionally, if you like. However, batting is the problem this morning.
Yeah, he went very well in the One Day Cup in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
I spoke to him at one point and he said, I just can't get out of the power play. Can't get through the power play. Once he did, he cashed in.
He looked in good nick, and he kept getting out for 20, didn't he?
Couple of hundreds to his name and
wickets.
Fifer, and every game it felt like he was impacting.
There is help there. I mean, I think, and I'm sure they will, that if he is fit, if he's properly fit, he's the sort of guy you want to toss the ball to quite early on, because he has the capacity to swing the ball. And those left armers, they sometimes, if it all clicks, they just get that ball swinging back into the right-handers early on, and the umpires are looking for LBWs. And he has the capacity, if everything's right, of getting that ball to swing into those pads, or indeed against the outside edge of the left-handers. So it wouldn't surprise me if they don't toss him the ball, rather earlier than they've got so many options here. But I'd be tossing him the ball quite early if I thought it was going to be a swingy type of day.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many obvious choices with the new ball. Josh Davey.
Davey's often taken it, hasn't he? Who else to own?
We've got Aldridge.
No,
Gregory.
Well, that's an interesting shot there. He's just short of a length, and he was hitting that somewhere towards the mid-wicket area. I think he's reckoning that it's moving around so much, I might as well take the positive view, and that's his natural way.
Yeah, he's not one to die wandering, is he?
No.
Kola Cadmore.
It's almost, the challenge is almost to make the bowler bowl less well by having a punt against him.
Just defending on that occasion, stayed in his crease as well that time, Kola Cadmore.
I would say, just going back to the opening ball, I would say, I mean, he's got all sorts of options, but I would have thought Davey Gregory might be in the knowledge that Gregory in particular, who hasn't played much cricket lately, has had a few injury issues, won't bowl that much, but he can be very effective with that new ball. He's used to it.
Just tucked into the leg side. Kola Cadmore picks up a single. Moves to 11, and Lammonby is going to come on strike to face Jack White now.
Four slip still there. Plus the back pad. And I don't know if they're talking more than most sides, but they're just a bit, their voice is just a bit louder than most sides, I think. I think it's something to do just with the Yorkshire accent. Having said that, where's Don Bess? He ain't got a Yorkshire accent.
I think he's at point.
I don't know. He could be at second slip.
Oh, I think he's fourth slip, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
Adam Lyons
I mean, he's
at
a very
second.
good. We know from when he was here, he's a terrific pair of hands and a very good fielder. He's in that slip, Gordon. You're right. He's the one uttering encouragement with a Devonian accent, a bit more quietly. But it's been interesting, and and I'm very pleased to see it, how well Yorkshire did under his captaincy actually in the white ball. He's struggled a bit at Yorkshire the last year or two, but my impression is that he's actually become a much more valued player in this Yorkshire regime than he was a year or two back. Hence, well, he's been given the captaincy as well and done it well. Well, it's still moving around a bit.
Yeah, another good over from Jack White there, just a single off it. That movement back into the left-hander from round the wicket.
Well, the impression is these are good sort of county pace men, but you don't need a special pace on this sort of pitch. You just need to be bang on target, and by and large, so far they have been, and they've beaten the bat. Well, I've lost count. It'll calm down probably as the ball gets a bit older and the sun gets on that pitch a bit more, but at the moment it's a bit of a trial. Kola Cadmore hasn't been down this end previously. seem to hit much bat either, did it?
No, movement back in to Kola Cadmore there.
I think it's time for a bit of treat, really. If he's coiled. He can. Ooh. Short leg, actually, before I go, short leg, because Kola Cadmore is coming down the pitch constantly, short leg is in a quite good run-out position. If it just goes there quite quickly, you could get him scrabbling.
Yeah, well, first ball of the game, they did that.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Pete. 11. It is, after all, it is 11 o'clock. It's when he expected to be on air, and I think he should come and join you, Sophie.
Rightly so, Vic. We'll see you in a bit. Kola Cadmore advancing again, and he defends as far as gully. Somerset 21 for 1 then in the 8th over here. Hills in. And it's half stopped, but not going to be stopped enough. I think that's still going to race to the boundary, and Kola Cadmore gets another 4 to his name. And, well, morning, Peter. How are you?
Morning, Soph. You know, sometimes when you get a little bit of grief from your co-commentators, you know, sometimes you just got to take it on the chin and know that you've deserved it. I mean, should really know better.
Just didn't even give it a thought?
Well, I was here. I was having a lovely little morning. I was here at about 10 to 10. I was thinking about doing a pitch report. You know, got myself a coffee. Milling around the ground, and all of a sudden I heard bat on ball. I was like, what's going on here? Never mind. We're here, we made it. You know what I'm really looking forward to this session is how players are going to perceive the challenge and the way they go about it. It's quite obvious that Kola Cadmore's always going to be on the aggressive side of things. It's going to be really good viewing. There's no doubt there's a high amount of challenge posed by the Yorkshire bowlers. I just get the feeling they've been a fraction short in their lengths at the moment. I think that's them trying to counteract Kola Cadmore coming down the wicket. But I think, you know, with conditions favouring the bowler here, you really need to, you know, allow yourself, you know, maybe the odd drive ball, get the ball nice and full. That's where it's really dangerous, I think. Looks a very sort of lively pitch. Plenty of bounce. You've seen Kola Cadmore get hit thigh pad area quite a few times off that fuller length. That's the business area this morning.
So you didn't get a chance to have a look at the wicket?
No, I mean I did see a few pictures. I think the Yorkshire wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow posted a picture of the pitch when they were practicing yesterday.
I did see that, yes.
Yeah, it's that time of the year where I think all counties are going to be trying to maximise their perceived home advantage, and at the end of the day, you know, teams in certain positions in the league are going to want positive results, and there's no doubt this is a pitch where either team could take 20 wickets, but Somerset have started bright here at 27 for 1. In particular, Kola Cadmore, who's been on the offensive. Do expect a slightly different mode of play from Lammonby, who, as Vic said, has been in great form this summer, and you imagine he's just going to try and bat his way through the challenges there. Another ball sharply off the inside edge towards that short leg fielder, who, again, Vic rightly said, is very much in the game here. Ball's nipping back, catching the inside edge, popping up off the thigh pad. And maybe even the odd run-out chance.
Yeah, especially to Kola Cadmore, who definitely seems to be keen to advance the Yorkshire bowlers so far. he does again, without much success.
Yeah, that's the length you want to be probing on as much as you can. I think you have to concede that Kola Cadmore's going to play the odd expansive shot. Beautiful sunshine here at Taunton. A nice little crowd in this morning. Been starved of 4-day cricket. All those championship cricket fans out en masse. Again, Kola Cadmore down the wicket. Bowler follows him. A little bit too leg side, that one.
A couple of byes to the total.
I think the challenge for the bowlers here, Soph, I don't know what you think, is to just try and zone in on that area and not be too sort of affected by what the batter's doing. There's definitely going to be a spot there. I mean, the game doesn't really change. You really need to be challenging that top of off, and it becomes very difficult when the batter's got his dancing shoes on.
How did you used to react if someone was walking at you?
Great area there and nicely played. Well, I think again it's just trying to be disciplined in your areas as much as you can. You know, there's 4 slips waiting. They're there for a reason because there's movement. I think if anything, you'd probably just try and go a little bit more offside with your line to make them reach for the ball, bringing that outside edge into play. But it is difficult. I mean, there is a reason why Kola Cadmore's using his feet so much, because he feels like he's under threat. But that threat length is slightly fuller than the bowlers have bowled to date. Yeah, it's where a little bit of, for the faster bowlers as well, it's where, the batsman wants to lend into the ego a little bit. No bowler, certainly an opening bowler, none of them like getting hit back over their head. But I think on days like this, you've just got to accept that players of Kola Cadmore's quality are going to get you from time to time. 30 for 1 for these first 9 overs.
Driven by Lammonby.
I suppose you've got to also remember, Soph, that most of these players are coming off of 100-ball competitions and Vitality Blast quarter-finals, so the adrenaline's going to be up, certainly after the other night here at Taunton. If you were here in the crowd, what a night that was. Spectacular run chase, and that's an absolute beauty by Hill there. Not much Lammonby could have done with that. He's played the line. We'll have a look at the replay, but that is an absolute dream delivery for any opening bowler. Yorkshire have got their second. Key man Lammonby.
George Hill has been on the money this morning and got his second wicket to his name. Lammonby has to go, unfortunately, and looked to be a good one that he got here as we see the replay.
Yeah, not what you'd say sort of huge movement, but it's definitely straightened towards the slips there, angling in. Yeah, just nipping away. Half a bat's worth. The perfect delivery there, top of off. Echoing the thoughts of the great Somerset bowler. Top of off, that's all you need to do. Andy Caddick. Appreciate that delivery, an absolute beauty there to get out. The informed Tom Lammonby, James Rue coming to the crease now at number 4. 30 for 2 here in the 10th over.
Sporting the sleeveless sweater. I think we might see a few more of those as the season comes to an end. Certainly a bit fresher out on the bike this morning.
Yeah, it's definitely got that little bit of chill in the air this time of the year. Bit of extra moisture on the pitch. Ball generally does a little bit more this time of the year. Early season, late season, the seam has really come to the fore. I mean, you get a lot of batters that no matter what the temperature, they like to wear those woolen short-sleeved jumper. Keeps you nice and warm. Also gives you a little bit of protection if you get the old dreaded nip backer towards the old bread basket. Played with a lot of batters that never used to like wearing sort of chest pads and that little bit of cushion in there from the wool. Big little passage of play so early on in the game. Feels like a lot's happened in these 9 overs with Kola Cadmore's batting style and the couple of wickets.
It's a good job you're here.
You don't want to be late on a morning like this. The only thing I will say in my defence, I have watched most of it. I was at least here. A little bike ride this morning, was it so? Around the old Somerset country lanes?
Yeah, just a short and sweet one this morning.
Must dust mine off at some stage. It's not had many miles over the last few years. Beautiful length there. Hillsborough just a fraction fuller than White has, and maybe that little 2 in the end column. Little message to his partner up the other end. It is super difficult though, isn't it, when you have Kola Cadmore on the attack at the other end.
Yeah, Jack White is bowled predominantly at Kola Cadmore as well.
Nicely played there from James Rew. Nice soft hands with an angled bat. That nick didn't carry. So Adam Lyth at second slip. Another successful over there from Hill. 5 overs, 2 for 15. One sort of notable from the lineups. Ben Green getting an opportunity to play that all-rounder position. Aldridge, Green, Gregory. Lammonby's been bowling a little bit, so you'd say, you know, potentially a little bit lighter in the seam department, or Josh Davies' call, of course. But 3 spinners in the attack for Somerset.
Yeah, what do you make of our lineup, Triggs?
Well, it does suggest that the inclusion of Green and not what you'd call a frontline pace bowler, you'd suggest that Green will be sort of filling in, you know, at times. Does suggest that they expect the wicket to turn. But I suppose with the left arm spin of Goldsworthy, you're kind of elongating the batting lineup as well, which I think actually looks like it has nice balance, providing the wicket turns. But then again, with how green it is, I think in the first innings the seamers will be the bowlers, the captains will be looking to do the most damage. It certainly looks that way at the moment.
Who defends? Lots of conversation in the Yorkshire slip cordon.
Yeah, it always feels like an occasion when you play against counties like Yorkshire. Yeah, I think the way that they're sort of brought up as cricketers, you know, they don't really give you a lot. There's always a good hum from behind the wickets, not necessarily sort of directed at the batter, but you certainly always get the feeling that you're in a contest, especially when you go up to Headingley with the crowd weighing in from what feels like over your shoulder.
Quick single and well made in the end. Kola Cadmore's, well, he's pretty much run an extra one. The follow through on that.
Yeah, looks like he needs to change his brake pads. He's overshot the danger area there, hasn't he, Soph?
It's a lovely morning here in Taunton though. I hope the weather stays fair for this week.
Yeah, I think it's starting to become a little bit more. Oh, he had so much time there. Kola Cadmore's nearly made a right mess of that. He's come down the wicket, lost his footing. Short leg from, what, 6 yards away. He had time to take aim. What's gone on there? Great piece of fielding there from short leg. Oh,
They had another go as well.
bit like the bowler, he's dropped it in short, got a bit too much bounce. Well, that would have been some dismissal and very expertly called by Vic Marks when he was on, saying that he was in the game. But if you notice on the replay how the short leg fielder has come down the wicket with Kola Cadmore, that is excellent fielding. The last person I saw do that was Adam Hollyoake, who used to field at Silly Point without a helmet on, and if you advance down the wicket, he'd sort of sidestep with you, and you're like, are you mad?
He's made a pretty big slip mark as well on the wicket. You can certainly see visually a little bit of a mark up here and then on the screen as well.
Bodies everywhere. That will please the spinners if there's a bit of a scuff mark just outside the left-hander's off stump. I have to say that's exceptionally good fielding apart from the throw. I don't think he realised how much time he had. Could have almost took a couple of steps and underarmed that.
And is that something they would practice in that bat pad position?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think a reluctant short leg fielder is very much thinking about self-preservation, whereas he's clearly thinking about, I want the ball, whereas most short legs do not want the ball anywhere near them. But again, another evolution of the game. Certainly helps with the protection they have now, you know, the shin pads, helmets, etc.
I'm going to see spin into the attack. Don Bess from the River End in the 12th over.
Yeah, early spin, just to get a sense if there's anything there. Former Somerset man. Played a fair bit of cricket for England as well. Good all-round cricketer, Don Bess. Sidmouth boy. Was that a chance there for short leg if he wouldn't have taken evasive action? Was that glove?
Well, it was remarkable how it didn't. I thought it was top edge, but it just didn't seem to go anywhere.
Top edge into body or glove, I'd have said, but yeah, I mean that's the one I think as a short leg that you are worried about, the flat sweep shot.
He was just off the cue end.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly going to be an action-packed day today here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. crowd are rammed in. Let's have another look there. It's so bright. Yeah, a bit of Jimmy White spin on that one.
Best bowling it, Kola Cadmore now. He's got long on, deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, a good field that for Kola Cadmore, I think, because there's no doubt he's going to take his opportunities to advance down the wicket. They've kind of plugged that gap for what you'd call an in-out field at the moment. Oh, he's taken up the chance and he has thumped that many a mile into the stand. 6 runs. Kola Cadmore means business this morning.
Yeah, great shot from Kola Cadmore. Saw a few sixes here on Saturday off his blade and, well, change of format. Still looking to take the bowlers on.
Yeah, superb shot. I mean, in this situation, first morning of a championship game, that's the gamble for Kola Cadmore playing those shots. Probably kind of look a bit egg on face if you hole out, but you know Kola Cadmore's going to take the challenge, and with his power, probably only has to sort of get half of it to make it all the way for 6 here at Taunton. There is risk involved. Hill having a change of ends. Bowled beautifully for his 5 overs so far. Straight into his work there, just probing that fuller length. I think Jack White across his spell was a little bit short.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's TKC. Don't really remember too many drive balls from White.
Oh, another beautiful delivery there, but again played with very soft hands and angled back. Bounces in front alive, and James Rew's going to pick up his first boundary of the morning. Not in classic fashion, but batters will take anything they can get on a pitch like this.
Yeah, and Live got his, well, left wrist, I think he's shaking on that, but race down to in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That's definitely the length that Hill's been probing away at this morning.
Well, it looks to my eye, so I don't know what you think, but looks like a pitch where both teams are in it. You want that good contest between bat and ball. Good positive shots are rewarded on a fast outfield. But there's just a little bit of nip there for the bowler. No issue with the way this is played at the moment. Big swish and miss there from James Rew. Slight bit of width offered there.
I'm not sure that was far away from the outside edge, actually.
Yeah, I think getting runs on a pitch like this is almost going to be defined by the odd play and miss. I know that sounds silly, really, but you know, when it's not your day, you find a way to nick them. When it's your day, you miss them just enough. There's going to be plenty of good balls flying around today.
Drew defends.
That's a really good over, that. Unlucky to go for that boundary form. Will Best continue? I suspect he probably will. You always feel when Kola Cadmore's on strike, something's going to happen. So far he's played frenetically, I would say, for his 24, but runs are going to be gold on day one here at Taunton. Wouldn't surprise me if we see both batting lineups back today, the way things are going. The game and the players, they feel like they're in sort of turbo mode, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, a result of having played a lot of short format cricket over the last month or so as well. Just getting back into that tempo of championship cricket. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their support as always.
Oh, he's gone for the big shot again. Somehow manages to get that over mid-off. A beautiful shot right into near the windows of Peter Anderson, the old chief executive's office. Those windows underneath the clock there. Beautiful strike there from Kola Cadmore. Risk taken straight away. I don't think they're going to allow Dom Best to settle.
Long off now in place.
Oh, that's a poor delivery there from Dom Best, trying to hold that one back and toss it up. He's got that all wrong. A free swing for Kola Cadmore, another boundary.
Yeah, easy pickings this for Kola Cadmore, and that's Somerset's 50 up, 53 for 2 here.
Certainly looks like the tactic from both Somerset batters, with Rue going to the sweep quite early to try and get Dom Best out the attack as quickly as they can. Another boundary there, beautifully played, classical cover drive from Kola Cadmore, slightly over pitched. 4 more.
Yeah, it's really good batting from Kola Cadmore. Puts Best under pressure first ball, hits him for 6, and then, well, Best has gifted those last 2 deliveries to Kola Cadmore. 14 off these first 3 deliveries of this over.
Kola Cadmore racing to 38. I mean, it doesn't look like there's a lot of spin on offer, and with the field at the moment, you kind of think with your old head on, you can just knock it around 2 or 3 and over, get yourself in. But Kola Cadmore is looking to destroy at the moment and get Dom Best out the attack. It's working so far. 1.4 overs for 21. Big shot. He hasn't got that one, but he's got a good angle on it. Just pulls up inside the rope. Great bit of fielding by mid-off.
Quality fielding out there.
Yeah, a little bit of little bit of backspin there on that one.
That looks quite tight, actually. I think that's 4.
4 runs, referee. Ball hit the rope there, fielder. Not a lot's happening there, but he'd like to think the fielder had quite a good view of that from an inch away.
Well, yeah, or a feeling.
Oh yeah, that's.
You've flicked the rope there.
Yeah, it's a bit naughty, that, I think, Soph.
It is a little
no
bit.
way you
isn't
don't
it?
know that's happened.
Can't get away with anything these days with these live streams.
He had a mitt full of rope there, didn't he?
I mean, he took a good chunk of it, yeah.
Well, I did say, yeah, they don't give you anything, the Yorkies. Yeah, that was definitely a 4. Mother Cricket, though, she's always watching from up above on a cloud somewhere, so we'll track the progress. Who was that fielder out there? We'll see how his luck goes the next few days. A couple of lightning strikes.
Revis, was it? Just see,
77, number 77.
Screens.
Not sure that's on the scorecard, but we'll track that. We'll track that throughout the game. That was always a chat throughout my career, and I'm sure spanning way back, where if you did anything slightly controversial, you get the old mother cricket's watching. It'll come back to you.
Probably got a rope burn. It's probably off the field for rope burn.
Well, there's a little bit of karma for you, I suppose. Hope it doesn't sting too much, pal. Hill's bowled an absolutely immaculate length this morning. He's been the successful bowler, just probing away. Doesn't look like he's been affected by batters moving around as much. Captain Bairstow will certainly want to get a little bit of control on the run rate.
Do you envisage change at the river end?
They might chance one more. I mean, the questionable bit of fielding was a false shot. I think Kola Cadmore is going to take his chances. You might buy a little wicket. Depends how valuable his wicket is, which clearly is going to be one they're going to have to get, because he scores at quite a rate. And that's a brilliant piece of fielding there in that full slip position.
Jordan Thompson, I think that is. Great hands.
Yeah, I think I'd gamble one more. I don't think you'd expect like a 14, 16, 18 run over off of Don Bassett. He might just press the accelerator a little bit too hard, Kola Cadmore, so it might be worth another one. But yeah, Bairstow, I think, will be mindful of not letting that run rate get away too much. I mean, it's really hard at this early stage to par the wicket. I think the batting team at the moment, I think anything sort of the 280, 320 sort of region on a wicket that's doing a little bit, I think they'd be quite happy with that. It's just the speed in which they get them at the moment. The runs are flowing. 15 overs bowled, 60 for 2.
And on that note, Triggs, I'm going to leave you with Vic. He's going to come back in and share his thoughts.
Cheers, Soph. You went easy on me there as well, mate. I appreciate that. I think Vic's going to up tempo on my little bit of timekeeping. Thanks to our match sponsors, Garador, the garage door people. Don't think I have to say too much about that, what they do.
Well,
hope you enjoy your day with us.
I will.
Morning, Vic.
Now then, they've kept Dom on. How's he gone for?
Well, he's gone for 23 off of his 2, but I just think the way that Kola Cadmore's playing, he's going to be advancing. He's trying to hit the cover off the ball at the moment, and maybe Bairstow just thinks that he might just make another rash decision and make a mistake.
He might do, but I'm thinking, given that we haven't seen, he hasn't been allowed to settle, of course, Don Best, because Kola Cadmore's been running down the wicket at him and smacking, well, 2 big 6s and a few sliced 4s. So we haven't seen whether this ball is turning early doors, which has happened here, obviously. But I'm just thinking, if you're batting, who do you want to face?
Well, at the moment, I think it doesn't really look to be much spin on offer. And I think, like most of the wickets we see here at Taunton, yeah, this is an old school phrase, really. You only need one to turn, and then the straight ball becomes, the dangerous one. Like that ball there, just sliding down the leg side, the LBW shape. When the batters get it in their head that the ball's going to spin, playing outside the line slightly, the pads become very much in play. I think that's the danger early on. The mind games.
Yeah, but the ball was seeming all over the shop. I mean, the really cagey player, and I think this did used to happen. I was talking to Harry at the back there. They used to talk about some players would be so skillful that they would want to keep the spinner on. So they play very tentatively and almost intentionally use the inside edge of the bat now and again. So it looked like he's causing real trouble and desperate. I was relating. You remember? You're also too young, but you remember Javed? You know what I mean by Javed Miander,
yep.
who played for Pakistan. Was a great player. Played for Glamorgan and Sussex, as well as obviously lots of tests for Pakistan. And his captain once told me how against the spinners, he's a very good player of spin. He would purposely get the edge of the ball left and right, so they brought the field in. Suddenly, he looks to be in trouble. He's edging it as, bad, got to come in. Or sometimes a silly point. And he did it on purpose because he just wanted lots of lovely little gaps around the field. Then quietly take you apart.
That's elite manipulating the field. I mean, I think the challenge certainly looks to be coming from seam. I think Hill's bowled an immaculate length. I mean, again, really unlucky there. Another boundary off his bowling that he didn't deserve. No. Kola Cadmore advancing inside edge.
You must be enjoying Kola Cadmore, though.
Maybe he's at that level where he's intentionally used the inside edge.
No, I don't think so. There, no. but he's got 44 now.
I think what I enjoy about Kola Cadmore, not that I've ever spoke to him necessarily about batting other than just watching him play. He's very clear in what he's trying to achieve, and if he sees threats, he goes on the offensive, which I completely subscribe to. He uses his feet. He's obviously not intimidated by the pace of the bowlers if they decide to bang one in, and there's no doubt that bowlers do not want to see an advancing batter, certainly not a seam bowler.
Yeah,
because again, I think, was it White who opened the bowling, his first reaction to Kola Cadmore coming down was to drag his length back, so he's then not bowling in the danger area. So Kola Cadmore, almost 2 balls gone, has almost won that battle.
Well, he's coming down. He's not always coming down the pitch. But when he comes down outside off stump by and large. So he's kind of taking LBW out of the equation, and of course, he won't come down every ball. And if you keep coming down often enough, then the barrel will drag the ball a bit shorter. And then if he stays at home, he's got a chance to score. But it takes a lot of bottle to play like that. And you used to play a bit like that.
Well, it's bottle and backing. Having your team understand that is the way you're going to play. And Soph asked me, what I would do in that situation. And that previous ball, I think, is an example of. Not that I would always execute it, but would try to do. If a sensed a batter was going to come down, if I saw them in my gather, just maintain the same length, which is that danger area. Ball's going to hit the sort of upper half of the stumps, knee roll, and just drag the line slightly wider of off stump. And the previous ball was a perfect example of that. Hill doesn't look like he's getting as affected as White was in that early spell, but. Yeah, I mean, as soon as LBW's out the equation on a nipping wicket, you start to think about the keeper coming up when it's happening. Yeah, I would say 9 out of 10 balls, he's way too far down the wicket to get an LBW.
Yeah, well, Bairstow's the keeper, of course. He's yet to do that. He's having a chat with his slip cordon.
I think that's the last thing Kola Cadmore would want.
Yeah.
The keeper to come up, so within that think there might be something there that they're going to have to look to do.
I mean, the reason you wouldn't do it is because the ball's moving, you think you're going to get that nick, and of course it's more difficult to catch it standing up. But I'm with you. He's done it so effectively. He's got 44 out of 64, not all out of the metre bat, and some against Dom Bess, who I think is going to continue, to my mild surprise.
I mean, that very thin edge to the keeper,
Yeah.
obviously is a challenge when he's up, but there are three slips also waiting for the... I think it's just the LBW element that I think the Yorkshire bowlers and captain are going to have to think about reintroducing against Kola Cadmore.
Yeah,
because he's very comfortable advancing down the wicket. He does it in all formats of the game and very competently. Dom Bess going to continue here. He's gone for 23 at the moment. And
he bowled one maiden, actually. The last over as a maiden.
Yeah, I did mention it to Soph that with my older hat on, you'd be thinking this is a lot better than facing the seamer. Milk it around three runs and over and keep him on as long as possible. But Kola Cadmore wanted him out of here. James Rue, I think, will just consolidate a little bit. The occasional sweep shot. They've got a 45 in place and a deep square leg.
I think James Rue, he's such a mature cricketer, he might well play a cagey innings against him and not be too aggressive, just pick up the single. I don't know. Perhaps no modern cricketer thinks like that. Well, that did turn, I imagine.
Well, I think you've got a brilliant contrast, haven't you, to combat the bowling lineup. James Rue, certainly more a situational player. And
well, I'm not sure that did turn. It just bounced. It actually came past the inside edge. It's a good dip on it, a good pace on it.
Yeah, it does pose quite the headache for the bowler when they're trying to sort of hone in on an area when you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination, both in really opposite styles as well. It's going to be hard for the bowlers to get rhythm against these two, which is certainly in Somerset's favour.
That did turn from wide. It was a little bit short and a little bit wide, but it did spin. Let's have a look. Yeah. Slightly less exciting when Rue's on strike against Bess than when Kola Cadmore's on strike against Bess.
Well, I know we've spoken about it in the past. You've got to put yourself into the mind of the next guy in. When Rue's on a strike, you can maybe have a sip of your tea. Kola Cadmore, you're on the edge of the seat. Stress levels go through the roof.
Well, this is probably what you put a whole series of batsmen through in your career, Pete, but never mind.
You love it. Well, you say batsman. It was normally like someone like Steve Kirby or Charles. You were there for a good time, not a long time anyway.
I wasn't an expert on Steve Kirby's batting. I mean, Charles Willoughby was wonderful, really. Or unless you desperately needed runs, but I mean, you don't get many. I know he could hit the odd six very occasionally. I've seen him do that, but you don't get many absolute rabbit number 11s nowadays. Usually they've got some idea.
Yeah, not
but
many.
he was a bit of a throwback.
Charles was unique. Actually played spin pretty well, but
in an aggressive manner.
Yeah, without doing him dirty or anything above 80 miles an hour, he was petrified. He would often be on the strip next to the wicket. I saw him get bowled a few times where he couldn't actually reach the ball by the time the ball had hit the stumps. But it was always one of my fond memories of being, somewhere in the high 80s, going all right. Shah would come in at number 11 and meet me in the middle. Sorry, bro. Before he faced the ball.
Too quick.
Sorry, bro.
Well, I got a contrasting memory. A much better batsman, albeit a bowler, which is Neil Mallender, who actually scored a first-class 100 for Otago. So he wasn't he was quite a capable batsman in some ways. Sort of number 9. But what used to sort of frustrate me a bit is that he was so proud of being LBW bowled Marshall Naught. I was in line. Where actually he would have scored more effectively if he'd just given himself a little bit of room and had a bit of a waft. But no, he was. Did you see that? LBW Marshall. I was in line. I said, yeah, but the whole point is to score runs rather than have the pride of being LBW bowled Marshall.
Yeah, it's amazing what these bowlers think. I know Charles got a magnificent 47 against Worcester here.
Right.
And we were like, oh, pup, that was awesome. Got in the dressing room, he was like head in hands and devastated. And he played a lot of cricket. He was a fantastic cricketer, Charles Willoughby. Brilliant left
arm seamer, swung the ball.
Hooped the ball round corners. Very, very clever bowler as well. I think he got somewhere in the region of 800 odd first-class wickets, so he's a fantastic performer. James Rue on the pool there hasn't got much of that. Bit of glove onto body. He's going to pick up a single. These two causing a few problems for Johnny Bairstow and his band of Yorkshiremen. Yeah, and he was devastated. And we were like, what's the matter, puppy? He was like, oh, I really wanted to finish my career with more wickets than runs. And that 47 just tipped him over the edge. And you think, he played, 300-400 first-class games. How can you not, at least nick a couple for 4?
I did see him hit the odd 6 against a spinner, I think, somewhere.
But if you think about it, you've got to take 6 wickets to re-kick that. I mean, to take 800 wickets and only have 860 runs, I think that's quite remarkable effort. I wonder if there's anyone who's really good on the stats that could...
I don't know, but I'm going to look...
Is there a bowler out there with more than 500 wickets that has less runs? I mean, I just don't see it.
I doubt it. But I want to. I'll just see if I can find him here. Because we'll see if we can just dig up the comparison of runs scored and wickets taken for Willoughby. I should be able to do this. Here we go.
Oh. I mean, it's actually remarkable when you open it. I task you all to open your...
He's got...
I didn't realise he achieved it, Nick.
He's got, first class. He played 233 matches, 259, and he's got 873 runs.
No, that's wickets. 873 wickets.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, what am I looking at there then? No, that's batting and fielding. 873 runs at an average of 6. And sadly, no, he didn't quite do it. He got 848.
No, I've got it the wrong way around. Yeah. So that 47, that was why he was devastated.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great bowling career, but...
Oh, that is 848 wickets at 25 apiece. That's pretty damn good. He played a little bit of Test cricket, but only 2 Test matches.
Yeah, I mean, if you totaled Charles up across the 3 formats, he got over 1,000 wickets.
Yeah,
I think he did actually win.
He might have got.
I think he might have won the all cricket race. You might have to get your old abacus out there, Vic.
Yeah. Anyway. Yes, if you take in all cricket, he might have scored more, taken more wickets than runs.
Remarkable effort.
And he's still around, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still in Taunton.
That's not off the meat, but it's going to be 4. I mean, he's had a frustrating time, Don Best.
Another boundary for Kola Cadmore, and that brings up a very enterprising half-century. He scored 50 of Somerset's 75 runs this morning, and he's played, well, with a gay abandon, one would say.
Yeah, but and quite a lot of skill. It is zipping around. The thing is, it doesn't worry him. He's adapted his play a little bit. He's had an amazing little run as an opening batsman. I mean, this is the first time against the Duke Ball. I think he's absolutely enjoyed the Kookaburra as an opening batsman. And they've got 3 men actually. They've got a fielder right behind the bowler's arm, and then a wide long off, and a deep long on. And I think that stopped him trying to hit those straight sixes. I hope it has actually. He's just going to pop that one up for a single. If they've got other seamers, I'm still surprised they're not used. They obviously have got other seamers, and there will be spin. Clearly, there is some spin. The only one we've seen spin, though, was wide of the left-hander Rue so far.
Yeah, I think at 5 overs for 28, I think that'll probably be
end of experiment.
The experiment over, I think. Yeah, it's a tough situation for Donbass to come in and bowl with.
Someone
Kola Cadmore
minded to try and hit him for 6.
Yeah, going full tilt, but yeah, looking at the pitch, what was happening, Hill in particular, I think has been magnificent. Always, every over he looks like something's going to happen, and yeah, I think the skipper might want that at both ends.
And Rue's, by his standards, he's got 10 from 39, and he's been there 39 balls, which is quite an achievement given that it's moving around. But he's barely timed a ball. Kola Cadmore, however, in between the odd play and miss, has timed a few now.
Yeah, we've got Jordan Thompson, who's obviously an option.
Yeah.
Moriarty, left arm spin.
So they've got most ports covered. With Revis, does he bowl as well?
So yeah, Jordan Thompson is going to replace George Hill from the Marcus Triscothic stand end now, so we'll see a bit of him. Hill's bowled 9 overs as well. I can't imagine he's going to continue. It's a fair old stint. He had a 1 over break before he switched end, so I would imagine that's his morning's work done at this stage. Jordan Thompson, more famed for his death bowling skills in one-day cricket. Bowls a lively pace. Kola Cadmore advancing is kind of the norm at the moment. I really do think that Bairstow's going to have to
think about it,
get that helmet on and brave a few up to the stumps. They've got to stop Kola Cadmore negating all of this movement that's on offer.
A lot of movement nowadays in county cricket, isn't there? Reminded Jordan Thompson joining Warwickshire next year. That's okay. They had to scurry a little bit, but that was okay, that single. So you've got to be on your wits about you to know who's playing where nowadays.
Yeah, I think most cricketers of a certain age, they want to be playing, and if there's always clubs that are needing to fill spaces, and yeah, it's not unusual now, especially with the loan market, where players, I suppose, get to test the water in regards to is the grass greener on the other side, and I'd imagine that loan market.
Oh, where's that gone? Nowhere.
Yeah, he's sort of inside edge that into his middle region, inside thigh or somewhere around there. It's always a bit tender. He's trying to hit that.
I suppose there's a
onto the M5.
Slight irony in the Somerset side that Ben Green, understandably, is looking to play red ball cricket regularly and therefore is going to Leicester. Glory be, just before he leaves, he's in the red ball side here.
Here's what you could have won. Yeah, I think that's definitely an element. If players are not favoured, they can nip off to another county for a month and see what it's like, and some environments, some coaches just fit the eye and the ear, and these trades are pretty regular nowadays.
Yeah, and Ben Green's had a very good summer for Leicestershire, who themselves have had a terrific summer. They're right at the top of the second division. There's a ripple of applause, which must mean that it's a 50 partnership. 80 for 2.
These two do contrast each other well, both in style and the way they hold the bat. Thompson doesn't look like he's going to get much swing. He's more of a seam bowler from what I remember, just angling the ball back in.
He must be quite old then if you've played against him.
Well, I played until I was old. I think that's the key, isn't it? And so you come across a lot of these youngsters. It's nice.
See, that must be a frustration for him, because I reckon that ball's pretty straight, but he's probably hit him outside the line. But I don't think it was missing leg stump, do you?
Yeah, it's just going to be a massive turn off for the umpire. You know, if it strikes him on the pad when he's that far down the wicket. He's also very competent at playing that sort of off-stump ball through mid-wicket. It certainly looks like he's shaping up to get outside the line and just work it through the leg side. So yeah, I really do feel like in the immediate, I think they need to change it. And if you imagine your Kola Cadmore now, you've got yourself to 54 by pretty much every ball running down the wicket to the seamers. You've got to then change and stay in your crease. So I think to change his momentum, I think Bairstow's got to look at coming up to the stumps. Is going to continue. He's just about to start his 6th over. He's gone for 28, albeit most of those in 1 over.
Yeah, I mean, it's an odd analysis in these 5 overs for 28, but he's bowled 2 maidens. Probably
to Roo.
That's Kola Cadmore at the moment with a deep set field. 3 men really guarding the big drive down the ground.
Outside the line. Just a very full delivery there from Dom Best. Got Kola Cadmore down low on the shin. But if you have a look, he's already he's batting outside the stumps. You can
see all 3 stumps.
Good decision.
There's no one at deep backward square. He likes boundaries, Kola Cadmore.
Yeah, he does a lot of high IQ things in regards to his positioning on the crease. You have a look at that replay there that we just saw. He's both of his feet are on off stump, so that movement across instantly in the umpire's mind as getting outside the line. Certainly making it hard work for the bowlers this morning. Kola Cadmore, he's moved on to 54. Somerset 81 for 2. Run rate's been pretty consistent around that 4 runs and over mark, which Somerset will be over the moon with.
I mean, you'll like playing against his old team too, won't he? You like the score runs against. I'm sure he's got mates in that team. He'll be enjoying it. And he'll know that they'll be frustrated because the way that ball jagged around in the first 45 minutes could have been a real torrent of wickets. It still could be, of course. But
just look like that last ball there from Best just had a hint of drift on it. There is a reasonable wind from left to right, or right to left from that end.
Our health insurance partner, WPA, have got some questions for our commentators today. Which cricket ground has the best menu?
WPA commentary question there from Archie Vaughan.
We've got to try and answer that.
The best menu. I mean, it feels like this is an easy one, Vic.
Is it a menu? Well, you're more recent than I can speak to the.
Come on,
when the food available to the press corps.
When you're at all the nice grounds doing your test matches,
yeah.
You get a nice.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this for free. I'll
nice
just
little Chianti with your menu.
Cross one off. Afraid, even though we're playing, Headingley is crossed off. It's not a candidate. I think. I don't know about the players at the press corps. I think in recent times the same catering company do the prison.
Yeah. Well. I couldn't be more with you there. So the last Headingley lunch I had was some sort of pie affair where we played Find the Chicken, and there wasn't much of it in there. And you know those tins of like mixed veg.
Oh yeah, another one.
Yeah,
They were
it was somewhere in between. Not that I've been to prison, but so I'd imagine somewhere in between prison food and school dinners.
Okay, I mean,
sorry,
when
catering at Headingley, but
it's probably
up your game if you haven't already.
I mean, in recent, Lord's was always good. They used to have in our day a wonderful little Irish woman doing the catering called Nancy. And you used to go there, and there'd be the full works. There'd be, a roast, full veg, followed by crumbles, creams, and Mike Brearley, when he was captain of Middlesex, and a forward-looking man, said, "Look, I'm not quite sure this is the appropriate. We're in the field, and they're all tucking into roast beef, lots of roast potatoes, the full works, followed by custard cream on top of their crumb." To which this little 4'7", let's say, Irish woman, I'll have to sort of paraphrase, Michael, you deal with the cricket and I'll deal with the cooking. And she was a sort of woman you did not argue with. And the likes of Gatting and the rest of the county playing fraternity look forward to going. Especially actually if you were batting. If your side was batting, I mean,
Well, I think I'm right in saying, I'm not familiar with that lady, but I'm pretty sure he was, the head chef might have been Italian, or I think he might have even been a chef at a Michelin star restaurant before coming to Lord's, and the food is just... But in terms of menu...
we didn't often get menus.
Just to close this little passage out, when you see sort of like shoulder of lamb, salmon, some sort of like noodly type affair, and I always remember the one of the desserts was chocolate lumpy bumpy. It's kind of like a rocky road with you could have either vanilla ice cream or custard with it. Absolutely stunning. Yeah, Lord's is the winner for me.
The other one, the place, I'm thinking more from my press box experience, but the one who's really up their game is actually Edgbaston. In that they've got a massive press box there, and the food at Edgbaston is almost too good, really. You end up after a 5-day test match, about half a stone light, heavier. It improved massively here when the kitchens were opened and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, because kitchens were fairly basic when we were working from this pavilion, the very old pavilion here. It was just usually sweaty ham and
some sort of ploughmansy type affair.
A bit of lettuce, a few potatoes that were bouncing around. Still best.
Well, I think maybe the production team will regret answering that question, because it's never going to be a short answer from me and you, Vic. But
right.
Yeah, I actually think someone did some sort of analysis on post-lunch dismissals at Lord's, like because everyone was just like had eaten themselves into some kind of a food coma. Yeah, it's quite the place.
Lord's especially, it may have happened here, but at Lord's they used to bring in a trolley with really nice sandwiches just before tea. And we weren't always properly disciplined. We'd look forward to it. And then by the time the two batsmen got back up to the dressing room, there were no sandwiches left for them. They'd all been gobbled up.
Well, I know credit to the team here that food is very good here at Taunton, but it definitely wasn't at one stage when we were in the Colin Atkins Pavilion. We used to get tea was a particular bone of contention for the players, because we used to get these like chicken skewer things, or they moonlighted as chicken anyway, and I think one of the players used to call them mashed lips and feet. They were, I don't know what was in there, and the funniest thing I ever heard out of Stephen Jones's mouth, he was very much into, the
health foodie
protein shakes and the supplements, and fueling his 25 overs a day, and We used to get these like deep fried, like some sort of mashup of some onion bhajis and sort of samosa-y type things, and he just he picked one up after, probably just finished a spell, not maybe a successful one, threw this lamb samosa across the room in a brilliant Welsh accent, which I won't try and mimic, but he said, "Can anyone tell me the nutritional value of a lamb something samosa?" And it was just like, we got, brilliant.
So you would have played, though. I mean, I remember turning up here for Sunday League games over in the Coronacus Pavilion. A bit like, what was it? It was Sunday, so you had about, I don't know, 70 minutes before you're going out the field. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, and we inevitably tucked in. But you must have played in the era where people were more aware of nutrition, and you therefore would have been delivered lunches that were
to a point, but you still need to eat, don't you? I know some clubs used to do fish and chip Fridays,
did they?
Which used to be great. But back to the cricket. Kola Cadmore 55, James Rew 13, Somerset 84 for 2.
Well, that
Jordan Thompson bowling from the Triscothic stand end, hitting a good length, not really getting anything through the air, but Kola Cadmore is negating his hunt for the pad. That time was probably one of the rare times he didn't advance at least 4 or 5 feet down the wicket before the ball was bowled. But yeah,
and we'll just go back to this. If they can get to lunch, as long as they can get to lunch, it's just 2 down. And then the anticipation is the ball gets a bit older, the pitch has had a bit more sunshine on it. It's not going to help the seamers quite so much, you would have thought. In fact, it seems to have calmed down a bit in the last day, but that's partly because they've had spin from one end, to my slight surprise. I mean, I'm all for spin bowlers bowling, but they're going to get a fair bit of bowling on these surfaces. I'm sure they always do at Taunton nowadays, but I would have thought they would have wanted that new ball in the hands of another seamer.
Yeah, there is obviously an optimal time for bowling seam. Lacquer on the Duke ball, getting it to swing a little bit, and have a look on your screens now. There's some very dry, abrasive areas around the batting crease on either side of the pitch that will scuff the ball up, and certainly the way that Kola Cadmore's thumped it onto the concrete a couple of times, all lending to Yorkshire maybe just missing a little bit of a trick here this morning tactically by bowling Bess. Maybe a spell too early.
Well, I understood the notion of getting him on after 12 overs or whatever it was, to have a look, to see what happens, to see whether it was going to turn consistently. Well, he came across Kola Cadmore, it made life more difficult for him. Belted a couple sixes. But thereafter, we've only really seen one ball turn, and that was quite wide of the left-handers off stump. So I haven't seen the evidence to suggest that, hang on, it's really quite a difficult pitch at the moment. I
think that ball was to Rew, and we've spoke about it a number of times when Leachy sort of came to the fore, and we used to talk a lot about. I used to field at point a lot, so I could see the ball's flight, and I always thought the balls that really sort of gripped in a little bit from Leachy had a certain sort of trajectory to my mind's eye. It was almost like the ball dropped onto the pitch and would give a little bit. And if you think about what Don Bess went through in the early part of his career, he was kind of forced to bowl quite flat, and that was one of the first balls bowling at a batter that wasn't coming after him, where he just gave it a little bit of loop, and that's the one that sort of spat a little bit off of the pitch. And that's I mean, that's what Don Bess is going to have to find somehow to Kola Cadmore. But the problem with that is every time the ball goes above the eye line to get that loop, the old bugle goes off in his head, and he's
they have
swinging for the ropes.
They have set a field where even Kola Cadmore has thought, hang on, there's 3 men stationed essentially long off over the bowler's head and long on. So he hasn't tried to hit another big 6. But he's quite keen there to get down the other end, have another look at Don Bess. The other thing is that if you've got a left arm spinner in Moriarty, he's in the squad, I think you'd thought he might have used him against the Kola Cadmore, you can't use the bugle quite so freely against the balls turning away from the right-hander.
Well, you'd think that, but I don't think Kola Cadmore thinks that way, does he? He's very on the offensive. See how he plays. He hasn't faced too much of Bess. Slashy one. He's nicked it. He's going to pick up another boundary.
I mean, it's not off the middle, but it's 4.
Oh, if you're going to nick it, make sure you're swinging hard. That's what all the players used to say.
Well,
he's certainly
what you used to say, I'm sure. There's a certain merit there. Look at that speeding away.
Certainly throwing the kitchen sink at anything he sees outside of his eye line or looped up. You know what, that conversation about food's made me really quite peckish, Vic. I think food and cricket, that is a thing, isn't it? I remember that terrible post sort of COVID time where, you know, because all club cricketers out there used to have to take no teas, and everyone had to bring a meal deal from the local supermarket, and it was quite miserable without the club teas being supplied. Another slashy drive there from Kola Cadmore, another boundary.
Yeah, it's slightly over pitch there. I'm not sure it's at the real meat of the bat, but he's got enough bat on it. It's sped away behind square. It is just about half volley length, that one.
I think he's just going at everything, isn't he?
If there's width,
working.
he goes for it. Yeah,
it's really unsettled. Dom Bess, he hasn't really found a rhythm to Kola Cadmore. He's bowling flatter, wider of off stump. Just leaking runs at the moment. Yeah, certainly a concern for Johnny Best. I just think, you know, when me and Soph were talking, I kind of felt like today's play was going to be dominated by the seam bowlers, and the spinners would come into it later. I think the pitch, in terms of it breaking up and turning, that's normally a day 2, day 3, day 4 situation when there's a little bit more spin. You've got to remember the bowlers, you know, their first step onto the pitch after they've delivered the ball is on the limit of that danger area, creating that rough. That hasn't really been produced yet. Just think Bess into the attack's just a little bit too soon. I don't mind.
Not so much too soon, but too long.
I'd have whizzed him off after that second over. A second over that went for like 15, 16.
There's no evidence that the ball is misbehaving at this stage. Not significantly. Not as it did possibly in earlier games here. So you'd think they would want to persist with that seam attack while the ball is new and the wicket is fresh. Anyway, we will see. It's Thompson now. It's Rue, who's still yet really to time a ball, but he's still there. And that's all we need at the moment from a Somerset perspective. Keep Kola Cadmore. It's an amazing scoreboard, really. It's 95 for 2. Kola Cadmore's got 65 of them. Who'd have thought he'd be the best opening batsman we've got by some margin?
Well, I think if you're a bowler and you had to choose certain bowlers to bowl at, Kola Cadmore wouldn't be very high on the list.
Oh, no.
You know, he's aggressive. If you bowl a bad ball, he generally puts it away, and that's a beautiful shot there for no run. James Rue's just having to be a little bit patient. He's on 14. He's faced 50-odd balls. He played some nice shots, but he's played find the fielder a little bit.
Yeah, well, that was the best time shot I think he's played. I'm not moaning though. I mean, just being there. It's one of his virtues is that he can. In the past he battles away to start with. He can score quite slowly and then expand his repertoire later in the innings in a very old-fashioned way. That might add to the boundary tally though, and he's just picked that up easily. It's sped away for 4. This is
yeah, I have to say, bar George Hill,
you've not been overly
I don't think Yorkshire bowled very well at all, actually. I think White bowled far too short Thompson, I think, is of that ilk as well. He's trying to... I don't think he's a massive swinger of the ball. There isn't certainly anything on show at the moment. There's been a lot of loose deliveries. I'll credit Somerset batting to a point in particular. Kola Cadmore has been hyper aggressive, but most of the Yorkshire bowlers have almost been caught in the headlights a little bit by his aggressive play. Revis, number 77, has Savalloned his rope burn from that questionable bit of fielding and looks like he's getting loose for a bowl. It's a good length there from Jordan Thompson. No real movement though. We always keep an eye on the live chat, Vic, or I certainly do.
Well, you do.
As soon as it sort of transitions away from some ramblings about Man United, we'll interact with anything that pops up. So keep your comments coming in from our listeners. Sure, plenty of Yorkshire and Somerset fans tuning in to the coverage. Somerset on 99, about to tick over with a beautiful Rue cover drive. That's the single to take Somerset to 100 for 2 after 27 overs.
Well, at 30 for 2, it looked like anything could happen. And at that stage of proceedings, Lamonby had just been dismissed by a beautiful delivery from Hill, trained forward defensive, but it went the off stump.
There's some footage of the second 11. Zach Kusic nipping one back onto the knee roll. Adjudicated out LBW, so Somerset picking up their first wicket, just a stone's throw away at Taunton Vale. Yorkshire are currently 90 for 2.
Okay, well, we're going to go here. Bess is having a break. And Revis, who I'm not sure I've ever seen Revis live, but he looks well, beyond 6 foot. All-rounder.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Matthew Revis. Do see his name regularly in the wickets column there. Be interesting to see how this spell goes in regard to why he wasn't on first change from the River End. Into bowl to Rue, and a nice straight drive.
Slip cordon not quite so well populated now, just the 2 slips in a gully. Just look at that playing surface, and it's only, well, it's coming up to 2 hours played, but it's a slightly different shade of green, that pitch. It doesn't take long to change. That's a good pull shot. Eluding 2 fielders, chasing it. So in the last 10 minutes, we've seen Rue start to time the ball.
Yeah, I think that's a real miss to be cut and pulled on this pitch with it being as green as it is, even though, Vic, I agree with you there, it's slightly browning off a little bit, but I think that early morning movement, you've got to remember it's a 10:30 start this morning, Vic, as well. You know, that little bit of early moisture is gone. And I think this is one thing that teams can get sucked into, is, you know, not saying that it's a massive insight into the mentality, but, you know, Johnny Bairstow yesterday tweeted a picture of the wicket with quite a relatively sarcastic comment, looking forward to my week, with a picture of the pitch looking very green, and there's no doubt he would have shared that sentiment across, around the dressing room. And, you know, Taunton, for decades has been known as the best place to bat.
I know.
And we often find that just, in that sort of period, the Justin Langer sort of period, we tried sort of up to 18 mil of live grass on the pitch, and actually just made the ball slide on a little bit quicker. I think there is something when you look at an opposition pitch with all the noise around what's happened at Taunton, and you can kind of...
He'd been following Beefy, hadn't he?
Defeat yourself a little bit before you've even started the game. There aren't really any demons on this pitch. If you expect to turn up and bat on featherbeds every week, we'd have 4-day boring draws all week.
And we've had a few of those actually in the earlier, not we as in Somerset, but the tournament, the competitions had a few of those ball draws, a combination of flat pitch, Kookaburra balls. You've had some deathly cricket. But I agree with you. It just, actually, this is harking back, but Viv Richards, greatest batsman in the world. And we would have played on a few, greenish pitches now and again, and we'd be all like Johnny Bear. Oh, look at that! See that one go? Boom, whoosh. Well, Viv batting at 3 would watch for about over a 2, especially if it was zipping around. That would be enough for him, because he didn't want to get his brain cluttered by the fact that it's moving all over the place and everyone's saying that it's impossible. He'd just watch a little bit, just to sort of have a glimpse of the lie of the land. And then he'd, take himself off to the back of the dressing room, wait for his turn to go out bat. And he would just... Suddenly the pitch seemed rather better when he got out there. But he didn't go out there with a whole mind cluttered by, I've seen what's happening. Am I going to...
Yeah, exactly right. 105 for 2. End of Reevis's first over. Went for a boundary and an extra run. I was reminded of that the other day. I hosted a lovely... couple of chaps at my home golf course, Menip Spring, the other day, and we were on a particularly difficult-ish sort of tee shot, and they'd never played the course before, and where do we go, Triggs? And it was like, right, there's trees on the right, there's water on the left. If you don't cover that, you're going to be stuck in the long rough, and if you're slightly on the left half of the fairway, you're a little bit blocked out to the green. And I sort of laughed and said, actually, that reminds me of going out to bat, because you go out to bat and you meet your mate out there who's 40 not out. Hildy was a master at stitching me up with this or winding me up. Yeah, what's it doing, Hild? And he'd be like, bowler's got some pace. He's hitting the bat hard. He's stop balls and away swing. He's got one that comes back, and the occasional one's keeping low. And he's built.
And he'd be winding you up.
Mostly. I think we played so much cricket together. And I would just say, right, stop that, because you fill yourself with all these demons, and at the end of the day, there's nothing to say. That especially
you forget to watch the ball after that.
Well, especially with cricket, you've got a piece of leather that scuffs up and progressively gets old. You've got a wicket that's got the sun on it, and it's going to change characteristics. Nothing to say that zips around in the morning, and by the time you get to bat at number 4 or whatever, it's flat as you're at. But you get filled with all these potential demons. And I think, going back to the original point of the story, Bairstow making that post, Wicket was kind of in their head a little bit before they started.
Well, they no doubt they would have been cocky. They were very noisy, not quite so noisy now, but very noisy in that first half hour where the ball was zipping around, it seemed, or beating the bat. It's slightly changed at the moment, thanks to, and that's where Kola Cadmore has been so impressive, is that he's been beaten numerous times, especially in the first 35 minutes. But was he bothered? No, he's not bothered. He knew he's going to. If he's going to get runs today, and he's got 65 now, he was always going to get beaten outside the off stump early on that surface. But it didn't worry him. And he's adjusted a little bit by shuffling around the crease, coming back, messing with the bowler's length, taking out LBW as an option for one.
Yeah, I think that is more and more the modern way. Not always the modern way. You mentioned the great man himself, Viv on a wicket that was doing a little bit. I mean, this is just a bit of a human nature thing. You're under pressure. There's adverse conditions. The ball's moving around. You've got two different types of, I think, people. Two different mentalities. When you're under pressure, you have people who go small and go defensive and within themselves, and you have people that get bigger and take the attack back to the opposition. Kola Cadmore's certainly in the latter, and I think it seems to be I think all great players, when it's doing a little bit, you know, you see Botham's Ashes and Viv innings. There's the occasional, oh, he batted for 400 balls for 100, well done, pat on the back. But the majority of great players, they thrive in those.
Well, they have this capacity, even in conditions that are unfavourable, of making the bowlers bowl garbage. And actually, that's more important on a spicy wicket. You've got to get inside the bowler's head a little bit, and obviously that happened with Viv a lot, but make them bowl less well than they would normally.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also this morning. I mean, there's still lunch is at 12:30. Is it? I suppose it must be. If Somerset get there 2 weeks down, the contrast has been interesting because Kola Cadmore, he's actually shown, having got established, he's been actually a bit more wary. But essentially, he's unnerved the opposition by being aggressive, using the crease, playing some big shots against Bess in particular. And then we've seen Rue do it his way, which is he's hung in there for the first 40 balls he faced. He had 10, he wasn't really timing it. But he was unperturbed about that as well, as far as we can tell. And actually, in the last 20 minutes, he's played 2 or 3 beautifully timed shots, and he's kind of moving along. So there are different ways of doing it. Everyone does their job differently. And Rue and Kola Cadmore sort of demonstrate that.
I think James Rue's got a very unique ability to soak up pressure, and technically very, very competent player against the moving ball. Yeah. He doesn't follow the ball. You know, he does play and miss like all batters do, but he always holds the line. And unless it's that perfect amount of movement, he generally plays inside the line. And then you over pitch in towards his pads, and he clips you away for 4. Fine bit of cricket there from James Rue. This partnership's brewing nicely. But on the 11th tee, I stopped all the trouble left, trouble right. I said, mate, just sit it straight.
And it was all right, yeah.
No, he sliced into the bush.
But I know exactly what you feel. I've been on a few tees and thinking, well, there's nowhere to go, really. Well, there's only one place to go, and it's very narrow. Whereas if you don't know what's there, sometimes it goes much better.
Yeah, Hildy's favourite one when I used to come to bat was Triggs. He's bowling gas. That's exactly how he'd say it as well. He is bowling gas. I'm like, all right, mate. Yeah, I think
I remember watching Hildress. It wasn't quite his first game, but I think he got 100 against Durham, who'd signed Shoaib Akhtar. And, well, it was some 100, really. He kept popping him, even then, square the wicket on the offside somehow.
Great player, great player. I mean, we shared a few messages of late. Another short ball by Reeves, pulled away. Rue's going to pick up another 2. I really don't feel like that's a great tactic, banging the ball in halfway. Yorkshire bowlers bar Hill. I was just about to say, I think he's the one bowler this morning who just stayed in his own lane and bowled an immaculate length and didn't really get too flustered by the attacking stroke play of Kola Cadmore, and the other bowlers look like they're chasing their tail a little bit.
Well, also,
yeah, I mean, Hildy, we shared a few messages and obviously played that game down at Sidmouth where we got a chance to see each other, and very on vogue, I suppose, the Bethel's first professional 100 in an England shirt, and I'm like, how does someone that's got 45 first-class 100s feel about that? You know, I think he would have been an exceptional Test cricketer, Hildy.
Well, he might well have been. Well, I agree with you that we should have been able to find out.
Would have been lovely.
And he is of that vintage. I think, probably the best player who didn't get picked. I mean, he's always so self-effacing.
I would say internationally. I don't think there's a person on the planet that scored 4,500s and not had a chance to play for their country. But we'll leave that conversation there for now. Somerset.
Possibly Jamie Cox.
Jamie Cox. He could be the one.
Anyway.
114 for 2 here. 30 overs bowled. A magnificent opening spell by George Hill. But Kola Cadmore has lit the afterburners. He's got himself to 66. He's come down the gears a little bit, but he's been very well supported by James Rue, who's on 31. It's been a fascinating morning's play. I've been joined by Vic Marks and Sophie Luff. And we've been talking about food.
Let's go and try and find some.
Let's go and find some. We hope that whatever you're eating, ladies and gents, make it something nice. We'll see you later.
Well, welcome to another Player Podcast, and today we're joined by Marcus Triscothic. Welcome to Somerset again, Marcus. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's not been, it's been quite a long time this winter. Been busy, very busy here, there and everywhere, but it's always nice to come back as we start close to another season and get ready for some epic cricket to be watched again. So.
Absolutely, and I mean, on the back of last year, we all sort of got high hopes that maybe this year will be the year we'll push one step further.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. We know the goal of the team, and obviously that's just to win trophies in all departments. But obviously we all appreciate the pinnacle of being the championship trophy is one that we really want to put our stamp on and finally get our hands on. And it's a matter of time, isn't it, before that happens? So it could be next year, it could be this year, it could be next year, it might be in 5 years' time.
Brilliant. Okay, well, here we are sitting in pavilion named the Marcus Triscothic Pavilion. When you walk in here, you see your picture up on the wall. You walk up the stairs and there's pictures of you. Here you are, come back from England. What does it make you feel like now, sort of, you think back when you started to where you are now? Did you ever in your wildest dreams think you'd end up here?
I don't think you ever imagined that you'd have something in this sort of place. When I remember starting back, you're just trying to get in the team to start with, let alone thinking of journeys down the line and opportunities that may come around because of your service to the club of 27 years, and here we are. I open the door and it's just like, wow, right, you're still, the pictures all over the memorial down the corridor as you sort of walk through, still a little bit, takes you by surprise when I've not been in for a while.
I bet it does when you bring people in here who know you.
I think especially the kids laugh more than anything else. If they bring their friends in and the kids' friends, and I think we've seen it enough to remember it now, but still a little bit, a few moments when people can have a little laugh and a joke, and some of the photos when I'm getting a bit older, got my glasses on and a bit more sort of portly, shall we say, and stuff like that. But it's still nice to see it and see various photos from the years, the sort of time scale of playing for the club.
And to think you nearly actually went to the other team, didn't you? North of the river. You played for them, didn't you? Tell me how that came about and what happened.
I played 2 games for them when I was 11.
This is Gloucester under 11s.
Under 11s, yeah. I played 2 games because I was born in Cambridgeshire, up in Bristol, and went to Avon Schools was the sort of process then from me sort of developing. And I guess Avon Schools almost fitted more into Gloucester than it did into Somerset Cricket Association. And obviously then you go through the process, you're playing under 11s, you get invited on, and suddenly, okay, I'm now playing a couple of games for Gloucester. The first one against Somerset, where I got 100. And I think they realised at the time then, where was he born, where does he go to school, all these different things, what club's he at? And suddenly they're like, okay, Somerset were, I'm guessing, a bit more like, we need to obviously change allegiance here. And next day I played another game and got 0, and obviously that was the last game I played for Gloucester at that point. And after that, so ended up, I don't know how it came around or when I soon it was after those 2 games, but then ended up with going through the system of Somerset Cricket Association at the time.
And when did you first come on down here to sort of get involved with winter nets and that sort of thing? Can you remember that?
I spent a lot of time. The winter nets were in this building as it was, in the old building that was here. And there was 2 nets that sort of then run lengthways of this sort of pavilion. I remember coming through that. And I also spent a lot of time at the local schools in terms of Taunton, Kings, Queens, all had individual net facilities where they'd run cricket courses, and you'd have weekends where you'd come down for a couple of days and have cricket courses where you'd stay over. So I always had quite a big connection with the area and Taunton and the schools close around. And I don't remember the sort of age group of when I would have said, right, that was my first net session indoors. I think it would have probably been in the school system beforehand, but you're probably talking 11, 12, 13 from that sort of time. And then you gradually come down every winter, you just come more and more time, and it gradually builds up. Then from the nets being in this old building as it was here, the indoor school was built here. Oh, what was that? That was when I was 18, I think it was, because Sir John Major came down and opened it up. For previous times before, but there was many times that we used to come down, me and Dad and Mum and my sister would come down and be around, and I'd be at a cricket game or a coaching session somewhere across one of the schools, and then we'd come down and watch afterwards, or spend a bit of time just watching the team playing and things like that. And it's just like, this is amazing, to see how it was, and the development of the ground since then is obviously dramatic. But to see the old ground, in all its glory when you're a junior and you see all these kids, and that as a kid coming through, it's like amazing, and inspirational to think that that's where I've got to get to. That's where I want to be.
Do you still get that bit of buzz when you come in here?
It's like being at home, isn't it? It's like, I've been away quite a lot over the winter, and this is the first time I've come back in today since I've come back from being on tour, being in Pakistan and India for the Champions Trophy. And it's just got something. I don't know. Stand here looking at the ground and trying to take it all in. And, I come back during the summer, and in between test matches that we're doing now, I come back and watch a T20 game, or come and sit and watch some championship cricket, and still got something about it, And that will never change, because it's just got, it's been part of my life since I was 10, 11, 12, 13, all the way growing up.
And then it became a big part of your life, didn't it, when you left school, when you left Bernard Lovell, and you were offered a chance to come and join the staff here? Yeah,
16 I was. I played, I remember sort of like when I was 15, sort of playing a few second team games and sort of joining into the, that sort of time. And then 16, I left school, I did my last exam and joined the next day, and spent the next sort of 5-6 weeks here then playing 4 or 5, 6 championship games, I think, at the back end of that season. Signed when I was 17, official contract at that time. And they can't get rid of me. Well, they've got rid of me now, I suppose, but I'm still never far away.
What were the conditions like that you lived in when you first came down here? Tell me a little bit about that.
Interesting.
So I don't think they were the best, were they?
Well,
you were probably happy.
More than happy, because obviously I was playing cricket and just sort of going about business and being with a couple of mates who were in the house also. But it was literally to the first street, literally out of the main gates, turn right into the first street, and we're down there on the bottom of the street on the left-hand side, St. Augustine Street. It was just like, okay, this is what I expect professional digs to be like, We're 4 lads in a house together, the other lads are 18, 20, all having a laugh, all enjoying ourselves, playing a bit of cricket during the week, going back and play a bit of club cricket at the weekends. They were different, and I've also stayed in these flats out the back that we've got, and I know they've been upgraded since. So it's a baptism to get involved in it, your first sort of communal house with sort of fellow cricketers, or in the flats and stuff like that. It's an education for everybody who gets a chance.
And then obviously your big chance came here, didn't it, in that game against Lancashire? When did you know that was going to happen? How soon before did you know that you were going to be playing?
We were in Birmingham, Edgbaston actually. Was it Edgbaston? We were in Birmingham somewhere. I think it was Edgbaston, where I got a call just from Peter Robinson, just mentioned to me that I needed to speak to Bob Cottam, who was coach at the time. And obviously then they let me know that I was going to be playing in the championship game the week coming up, which I was really surprised, because I hadn't really got a massive amount of runs. And I hadn't got a stack where I thought, crikey, I could be in with an opportunity here. But I don't know what it was, injuries or what. I'm not really sure, but they sort of give me a chance. Didn't get any runs. I got 1 and 3 in the 2 innings, and it finished in 2 days. So it was just like, okay, is this what county cricket's all about? Is this what I'm going to have to experience? Looking back on it, pitches, yes, because that's what a lot of the pitches were like. You know, many of the county pitches were a bit more challenging than sort of international pitches, but I suppose here at Taunton we do have generally good pitches in comparison to some of the places.
That was an incredible game, though, wasn't it?
Remarkable game. That was Mushtaq Ahmed's first game for the county.
Yeah.
And as I say,
and yours.
Yeah, and obviously it finished in 2 days. But the great Andy Caddick obviously got 9 wickets in the second innings. So
they were chasing 88, weren't they?
I can't remember exactly the scores.
They were bowled out for 71, 72.
Yeah. We've seen the remarkable games like that over the times, haven't we? We had another game against Lancashire here.
Yeah.
We needed 77 or something to win.
Yeah.
And we tied, and we were 77 all out. And it was
like Jack was caught out trying to hit the winning runs.
That's
or something.
Right, yeah, and it was just like, well, some of the games we've seen and some of the experiences of opposition and stuff. Yeah. Some brilliant one-day games, some amazing bowling performances, some triple hundreds. If you think, over the period of sort of 30 odd years, we've seen some big things.
The game against Yorkshire here, when Triggs got his ton.
Well, we chased 460 or something.
And you and Harold put a good start on, didn't you? And then Triggs came in, and as soon as we walked off, it rained.
That's right, because we had 2 games against Yorkshire in the space of 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
Where we chased down 460 in one game, and then 380 in a short space of time, and it was just like, I remember speaking to some of their Yorkshire lads afterwards. It's like, we're never ever setting a total here again because we just don't know what to say.
No, that's right.
But many games, even in my first sort of time with Andy Caddick getting 9 wickets, and many good games along the way. It's just it'd be lovely to go and sit back and remember them all, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, and probably if you look at the score sheets, you will remember them all.
You might remember bits of it,
yeah.
I reckon there's some in the early days I probably wouldn't quite remember as much as I probably would do from the last sort of 5, 6, 10 years of my career.
Yeah, when you came back.
After playing for England.
Yeah, when you came back here, I would think you've probably got a good memory of that.
Yeah, I reckon, I think you're probably right, because you're more involved in it in the fact that you're coming close to being captain, and then I had 5 years of being captain, and then the last few years of my career, but some good times, good memories.
Then 93, you didn't play that many games, and 94, you scored your first ton, didn't you? Tell us a bit about that and how important that was to you.
Yeah, 93, I think I played 2 or 3 games. It might have been one championship game and a couple of 40-over games or 50-over games. They would have been Sunday League games at the time. And then it was the breakthrough season was 94. When I think I played 10, 11 championship games and got 900 runs.
Yeah.
And that was remarkable. That at the time for me, that was just like, this is amazing. Playing in and playing consistently well and getting scores and producing good results. It just felt like this is simple in terms of how I was going to play the game. My first 100, for it to be at Bath, it was remarkable, really. I had some good friends there watching. And it was just, to be so close to home, obviously, where I'm growing up, was really quite nice. As much as I would have loved it would have been here at the home of cricket, it wasn't to be, and it was still such a special place for me. So.
And is that the game where Lasser's got 200?
200, yeah. You got 200 in the first innings, I think.
Yeah, I think it was.
And I got 100 in the second innings. So.
I can remember you walking off the pitch with that smile on your face.
Yeah, I know. It's
feeling
like
Priest's punch.
Look about 15, don't I, at the time? But
we weren't much more.
No, I know, 18. But I tell you what, that was one thing that, me and Lathers could have opened together for a lot longer than what we did.
Class act, wouldn't it?
Would have been brilliant, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it have been?
We were looking at it. I remember we were getting asked about it. We were playing testimonial games, and people were starting to talk about it. And we had a journey together. But if we could have both played, and Mark would have carried on for a period of time, would have been epic.
Wouldn't it have been? Yeah. Class act was really smart. And then 2005, there was the incident, wasn't there, where Rosie phoned up Peter Anderson and put you in the team.
Was that 2005?
I think you find that was 2005.
No, because I was playing with England at that time.
Was it?
Yeah, 2005 I was playing with England, because that was Ashes. That would have
No,
been...
sorry, 95.
95.
Sorry,
right.
Sorry, Trez.
Was that 95, was it? Crikey.
Yeah, 95.
Right. That was a strange time at the club. There was a few things that were, it wasn't an easy place to be around. Obviously, the challenges of various different things going on. And then I literally, I had a bit of a late night the night before. And I remember waking up and I was sat just watching telly, living in the flats at the time. And yeah, there was a knock on the door. Director of cricket walked in. You're playing. What do you mean I'm playing? I'm watching TV at the minute, but no, you're in the game. You're playing in, we need you out there in a bit. It's like, okay. Right, I better get my stuff together. So, quickly ate breakfast, got my kit together, got out, warmed up with the lads quickly, came out to bat, and obviously, we ended up batting first. And I got 100 and, I think it's 178 or something like that.
Yeah, you got 100.
Yeah, against Hampshire, and it was just like one of the old-fashioned great pitches against to bat on, as we've seen many times. But a remarkable day to think, how quickly you can go from sat watching TV, eating your breakfast, to to having a brilliant day and putting your name up in lights for a few hours. It was pretty special, really.
You had a few years been sort of in the doldrums at that after then, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you came back around and you had that fantastic game against Warwickshire Seconds here.
That's right. Yeah.
You got your 300.
300, yeah.
I mean, I saw most of that happening.
Yeah. I remember that was a strange game because it was like obviously I got 40, I think, in the first innings, 300 in the second, but I bowled 46 overs in the game.
Yeah.
And I remember probably because of the volume of runs that I got, for about 2 weeks afterwards, I was just mentally just absolutely exhausted. I just remember I couldn't concentrate as well as what you needed to do, but to bat for that period of time and get a 300. It was an amazing game of cricket if you ever get a chance to look at the scorecard. Fascinating game of cricket, but I guess during those few years, really, it was. You'd have some good times, and I'd get a score, and I remember it probably would have been 95 or 96, 97, around that sort of time that I was sort of predominantly in the first team, and I'd have some really low scores, and then suddenly get 100, and then I wouldn't get many more and then I'd get another 100, and it would sort of ebb and flow for a period of time, but not the consistency that you really wanted and desired, and all the way through that sort of period of time, all the way up to sort of 98 is when it sort of changed.
Yeah.
I was trying to work it all out, understand the game. I burst onto the scene, as we talked about, and had great success. But then bowlers and teams analysed you a lot more, work you out and try and come up with a plan about what they're going to try and do. And obviously then that challenged me in my game, in what I needed to do to be able to be sustainable and have longevity playing at the top.
Who were the people who helped you find your way from that period? Who sort of worked with you on your game and helped you out? You went abroad, didn't you?
I did. That was sort of 98, 99, 99, 2000.
Yeah.
Is where 97, 98 was the first winter we went away. 98, 99 was the year that it really made a difference.
Yeah.
But both those winters I spent in Perth in Australia, and they were great education, in terms of, I need to grow up and, sort of understand what I'm doing here and living on your own. Challenges for me were always tough about going away from home anyway, as we know. Sort of the sort of things that you have to go through. You've got to live on your own in a country on your own until you get to know people. So it was different, but it really helped me as a playing education and as a personal education, just to grow up and be a lot more responsible about life in general. But the second year, we'd had many times, Pete Robinson here, Bob Cotton was here, then Dermot Reeve came in, and they were really quite influential, and obviously around that sort of time making a big impact. I think when Dermot was here in particular, it was like he changed. He was forward thinking anyway when he came from Warwickshire, and he gave you a good education about little bits of detail, how to scrap in games and all the extra bits. But then that time, the second winter in Australia is where it really clicked, and I just found a method, worked out what I was going to do, came back, implemented it into the start of the county season, and it was like, okay, now I've got something here. I've got something that's really working, and it flowed from there after that point.
And you got that ton against Glamorgan here that Duncan Fletcher saw.
Yeah, so that would have been 99.
Yeah, that was 99.
Because he was taking over in the winter of 99, and then obviously into 2000 was when I made my England debut. It was just all unfolding at that point, wasn't it? There was various different things. I'd got a few other scores along the way. Broke into the team from that point on. It was just like, I'd love to relive that one because it was an enjoyable 100 because of the style of cricket that it was, but also it was a low-scoring game, and I dominated in terms of the scores and put us in a position to win it.
There weren't many double-figure scores in that game apart from your ton.
Yeah, I don't think there was anyone above 50.
No,
was
there
there
wasn't. No.
So, and obviously then, to have it an impact in the game like it did, but also on my career. The rest was history from that point on, really.
Yeah, and Somerset didn't see too much of you, really. I mean, I know in 2001, well, obviously 99, we got to the C&G final, didn't we? I mean, that was a bit of a bittersweet experience, wasn't it?
Yeah, all of those finals, which there was far too many of them that we got to and didn't succeed, were all challenging. Of course they were, and many more to come as we progressed throughout the years. That was my first taste of it in 99 against Gloucester. And it was hard. It was really hard. The emotional battle that comes with playing in finals and challenges in those sort of things. That was challenging. Yeah, it was tough. But nonetheless, you learn from the experience, and obviously the next time we went back, we had a different result.
And what a fantastic feeling that must have been for you guys.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think because of the disappointment we had before, and then to get over the line in the way we did. I know Keith Parsons obviously had a major game, and it was superb, and he did so much for us. Winning that game was great, but it was a good team led by our CEO currently, Jamie Cox. Obviously playing in his playing days at that time, it was a good team.
And we went back the following year, didn't we? Yorkshire.
Yeah, was that 2002?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. And Matt Elliott beat us, didn't he?
Yeah, he got one score, didn't he, on his own. But good times, obviously, with good players and good friends back in those sort of moments. So lots to look back on.
And then, as I say, we really didn't see too much of you back here. You played the one-day competitions with us, and you then lifted some more silverware when you were on the 2005 T20.
Yeah, epic year for myself, for England, for the club.
Absolutely.
To be so much going on. And that was also the year that we beat Australia, wasn't it?
Down here.
T20 game or 50 over game?
50 over game.
50 over game. Which would have been amazing to watch. Oh, I was watching it from away, like on not on my phone at that time because it would have been much around, but would have been on CFAX or something like that, trying to see it all unfold and things. But brilliant, winning the T20 was a great experience. Obviously, Graham Smith was a major part of that. Having the being brave and the leader that he was for the team was superb for the club at the time. Obviously then the big England victory of the Ashes. It was just, years that you just wish you could replicate year on year, wouldn't it? And just sort of keep them coming and have that success all the time.
That 2005 England team, but you'd grown up with them, hadn't you? With quite a number of them in age group cricket, England under-19s. The England Ashes team.
Quite a number. Wasn't it? I think we created a group rather than grown up with some of them. Some of them I had, and we played junior cricket together throughout the years. But I reckon that for a good 3, 4 years we've been creating this team. But then specifically the last sort of 2 years where Duncan had been involved and then Michael took over as captain, we created a group that was consistent, strong, positive, and we had great results. And then a couple of things sort of tweak and fall into place. Kevin Peterson then joins the group because obviously, he's X factor and does something different. We created a bowling unit where we had some of the best bowler in the world in Steve Harmison, Andrew Flintoff, obviously Simon Jones, Matthew Hoggard, Jimmy Anderson was starting to break through. We had this group of bowlers that were just like different and special and consistent, and combine that with a good batting lineup, we were good for a good couple of years until 2005 sort of finished.
Who'd ever thought we'd have won that series? After, was it the Lord's game we lost?
Yeah, lost at Lord's. We all thought it was going to be, roses and enjoyment all the way through, but we got hammered at Lord's. We didn't really perform in the fashion that we wanted to. We didn't play the style of cricket that we played, and we were lucky. I did an interview the other day just talking about it for someone else, and it was like we were really lucky. I felt after that first game that we didn't go into back-to-back games, because they would have been flying, we were down. We had a week off at home, just to get all the rubbish spoken about by various people. We came back with a fresh, straight back into it, reiterate what we'd done so well, and away we go. And then things fell in place. The toss of the coin, McGrath standing on the ball, sort of fell into place for that game as we went along.
I mean, that in people who were around at that stage, that's got to be the best series that England's ever had, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of people in my generation would say.
Yeah, I think there was so much to look back on and go, wow, that was so exciting.
Yeah.
It was the last series on terrestrial TV. That
Yeah.
could have also made a big difference in terms of viewing figures and the amount of people who watched it. So many people you still see now say, oh, that's what got me into cricket. Or I remember sitting in my exams and I still had notifications or whatever, sort of understanding what was going through, and people reliving the memories because it was so good. And of course, that's very similar for me. I experienced it and was part of it. And I'd love a series like that now. We had something similar last Ashes series in England. 2-0 down, obviously, and we needed to win all three. We won the next one, and then we got washed out at Manchester. But it could have been also something pretty special. But going back to that, it was to 2005. Their team was iconic almost.
Absolutely,
wasn't it? You had the great Shane Warne, McGrath, and Ponting, and so many players in the team that almost like they've been untouchable in recent times. And you think over the course of 5, 6, 7 weeks, this series building to this fabulous crescendo in London at the Oval, and it was pretty amazing. And you don't see like open top bus rides or parades in Trafalgar Square unless it's like amazing. I remember the rugby lads in 2003. You think, wow, this is incredible. And we had that little taste of something different, something special, and it lives long in the memory. For
20 years on, amazing. We're still talking about it like it was yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm no doubt we will be in another 5 years, 10 years, and as anniversaries sort of crop up around the way. Because I know, I see Mike Gatting now and again, and we still talk about, or we're involved in conversations around 81 and the great times when he was captain in the amazing series that they had and touring time. So I guess that's part of the journey, I suppose, as being an England cricketer. You entertain so many people, so they want to talk about and relive the special memories and moments that come around. So,
of course they do. I mean, then obviously you had your period where you were obviously suffering with depression and you sort of were struggling yourself, but you retained your contacts here with Somerset, and Somerset were good for you, weren't they? It was a home base for you, somewhere
Perfect,
to come to.
Yeah, and that's probably why it sort of lived on in the memories for so long. But Brian Rose and Richard Gould were obviously director of cricket and CEO at the time, and having the support from them and the rest of the team and the squad and players and everything around you was crucial, really, because I had a safe place to come back and play. I didn't want to stop playing cricket. I just didn't want to travel abroad and play cricket because it was getting too hard and challenging for me and making me ill. So coming back and playing for Somerset was still a major part of what I wanted to do, because I still had love and passion for an unfinished business from playing here. But they were really good in terms of protecting me when I needed to be, looked after various different things for me, and always understood if things needed to happen. And it's down the line since that point. It's put the club in a good position to understand, the challenges of what come with it. So we're always very sympathetic or empathetic towards others who maybe have those challenges.
Yeah. And of course, when you came back here, JL was captain, 2007. I mean, he was quite inspirational, wasn't he, in his own way?
That was a hell of a team, by the
Wasn't
way.
it?
Yeah, if
You
we
think
could
of
have
who you
carried
had.
that on,
Yeah.
if we'd have had that team there
Yeah.
for a little bit longer at its peak going into First Division, then that would have been pretty special, I think. Caddy was unfortunately coming towards the end. Obviously, JL was gradually sort of coming towards the end, and other players were, again, sort of fitness was starting to become a bit more of a challenge. But we were progressing, and obviously we won 2007 or 2008. We won the
2007 we came back up.
Yeah, so 2007 we won the second division title comfortably, and we were strong. And it was a good couple of years. Yeah, Justin and with Sards being around, Andy Hurry being head coach at the time, it changed the club. That's where the club evolved into being what it was, into where we still are now, and still in what it's delivering now is based off the back of that. The discipline, the hard work, the changing of philosophy, the approach from the club, the board, the players, the squad, everything that came around with it was started in that sort of era there, from Justin and Andy, and lives long and carries on still now.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of the players who sort of were young players when he came have developed and moved on, haven't they, and become the players they are now.
Yeah, and players have finished their careers, but also,
Yeah.
People have had impact through the club, in that journey for the last, 20 odd years, have still made a major part. Players that were sort of breaking through around that time. I remember Joss, Lewis were being in the academy, sort of breaking through really close to that time, and then have gone on to have fantastic careers. Obviously, I know Joss obviously had to leave and moved away, but Lewis has been around for a long period of time where he's carried on that principles of what the club was all about, and that will continue because of the way that the academy is run here. Everything that the club has, it stands it in good place.
I mean, the academy here has been, exemplary for what it's done for us, hasn't it? The number of players it's brought through, and it's probably one of the best in the country, or we like to think it is.
Yeah. Well, then I think the beauty of it is two things: is the amount of players that we produce off the academy to play, professional cricket is the start, and for also location-wise of where we are, the amount of players that we're producing to go and play for the country, boys and girls. That's a real testament to what you're trying to do, isn't it? If you're matching up to those sort of things, and you're getting players who are drip feeding slowly through, then we're doing something right, or they're doing something right.
Still going on.
Of course it is, and one of the major factors I believe is the schools around.
Yeah.
We've got some fantastic schools around that are delivering a lot of good cricketers coming off. That's state schools and private schools. That's in both areas. But for such a small area, the amount of people that are coming to the area to play cricket because of the schools, very, very lucky for that.
Cricket is the sport in Taunton, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's what people talk about.
Yeah. Well, we've got the rugby, we've got the football, of course we have. But this is, with all due respect to those, and obviously I spend my own time watching them and supporting them as much as I can do. Cricket is the highest level and the pinnacle of what goes on, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But it's, we still need to keep growing it and taking it to the next level, or we could be left behind in years to come.
But that's the exciting time that we're in now, isn't it? I mean, if we can talk about the future now here, Jamie's come here now and taken the reins on. We've got a Tier 1 women's side. I mean, that's an exciting development and going to be interesting this year. But I mean, beyond that, maybe are we going to get a franchise team here in the 100?
I'd love to think that we could get a franchise team here, and I think we need to get a franchise team here. Otherwise, I would have concerns about where it's going to go in years to come. And we're talking 5-10 years down the line, right? But if we can get the ground to a certain point where we get enough supporters in to be able to host a 100 team here, we'd have amazing support.
We would.
No doubt about it. We see it here all the time. T20 games, 50 over competition still, when obviously some of the best players are off in the 100. County Championship cricket, there's a remarkable love of the cricket in this part of the world, this part of the country. And we need to keep progressing that, in my view. I think, already we're seeing, the 100 teams being sold for so much money as they are. We need to be involved in those sort of conversations.
We've got to be there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You came back here and obviously played until 2020. You packed up.
2019.
2019. Yeah. I mean, and that was the end of your time here. But I mean, that you had pretty good memories that year, I'm guessing. Remember, you were fielding on your knees.
Yeah.
And
all the different things like that.
All those things.
Yeah.
I mean, that must be a bit special for you. That final sort of few games here.
That whole season, it sort of petered out. I kind of knew then I sort of made the decision because I needed to make the decision myself. I dragged on, and this is me now after the event, looking back on the last sort of period of time. And, you know, I should have walked away sooner because I wasn't good enough in terms of what I was and how good a player it could have been. But I was just frightened of what was to come almost, you know. Cricket's been your life forever, and it's like, what's going to happen next? And you know, then moving into coaching or punditry, whatever it would be from that point on, you just don't, it's that uncertainty of what it was. So I remember for the last couple of years negotiating contracts and stuff like that. And the best thing I did was take responsibility for, right, I'm going to finish at the end of this year. Because it would have been hard for me if they would have said, if the club would have come to me and said, look, no, we're not going to offer you something. I think that would have been really challenging. The best thing I did, as I say, was made the decision to move away and to change direction on career-wise and see what was going to happen, because it just gave me a bit more clarity on where I was going to go and what I was going to try and do. And the responsibility of that was the best thing for sure. And I wish now, where I am now in terms of my coaching career and what I'm doing, I wish I would have done that at least 2 years beforehand, just to give you more time then to move into coaching and opportunities that will arise from that.
Yeah, it's amazing really to think you had 27 years playing cricket at the top.
Yeah.
And you
Well, welcome back. Sun's still shining. Players are out there. Scoreboard reads 114 for 2, which I think will satisfy Somerset a bit more than Yorkshire, given how much it moved around early on. Sophie's here. We've all gobbled a bit of lunch. And we're going to see whether this partnership can continue to flourish.
Well, it's a good partnership so far, isn't it, Vic?
It is. I mean, Kola Cadmore's been terrific. It was very, very difficult, wasn't it, for that first hour, 45 minutes. Ball was beating bat on a regularly. And the great thing was, he played a miss too, but he wasn't flustered, was he? And he was fidgeting around, coming down the pitch, disturbing the bowler.
I think he was so set on his game plan, wasn't he? You know, and like you said, a few plays and misses, or even if it was missing his bat and in his pads, he wasn't phased at all. No. You know, he was going to stick to the way that he went about things, and 66 not out. It's paid dividends, and as soon as spin came on, he was very intentional. That's right. First 2 overs from Don Bess, 6s. And then when he put so many men back, he was actually a bit more discreet, wasn't he? They had 3 men, Don Bess, when he came on in the end. He had 3 men. Anyway, off we go. Kola Cadmore on strike. And off the mark after lunch. And again, just walking at the bowler there. Yeah. I mean, Pete was talking, we were talking about, I don't know, you probably want the keeper to stand up. The problem is that if he nicks it, it's a much tougher catch for the keeper standing up. But you feel just needed to make him stay in his crease, stop moving around. But Bairstow, who is, after all, the captain, has not opted to do that. I don't know. I think with Somerset's attack, Rue could be standing up quite often if someone bats like this. And I really enjoyed before lunch the contrast actually between Kola Cadmore and Rue. There's no template for everyone to play in tricky conditions. Everyone has to find their own way.
And we saw Kola Cadmore shuffling up and down the wicket, being aggressive, going at width and getting runs, sometimes off the meat, sometimes off the sort of outside edge, but it didn't matter. Runs invaluable. And then Rue initially, I mean, he was 10 after 40 balls, but he wasn't flustered by that either. And then he started just to time the ball much better in the last probably half an hour before lunch. He's still there at the moment. I mean, he's an unusual, very young player. He's not, well, he's 21 still. In my book, and even in yours, possibly, Sophie, quite young. But my goodness me, he bats with a sort of maturity that you don't often see. He's prepared to bat time before he looks to dominate. Whereas I think a lot of young players just want to dominate first full start.
Yeah, and I guess that's the sort of format of cricket that they've been brought up on as well.
We'll see whether he can flourish later. White is a bowler round the wicket now. And that surface, it's just a slightly different shade of green, isn't it? Just after one session and quite a lot of sunshine. It's still green, but it's not quite that emeraldy green anymore. It's just fading slightly. Ball hasn't moved quite so much in the last hour before lunch, but we'll see what happens after the break. It's a very good example, though, this game is why people don't really like opening the batting much if they can avoid it. Best player, the run-hungry players, they can see the virtue of batting, 4, 5, 6. Pitch not so green, ball a bit older. And yet, here's Kola Cadmore.
Yeah, and well, I mean, when Rue first came in as well, he had to do the hard yards, didn't he?
But yeah, who'd have thought Kola Cadmore would start to evolve as an opening batsman? But he's done a terrific job this summer in that role. And that's going to frustrate him, and that's going to be ball.
Delicately played there by James Rue. Soft hands, as we see so often from the left-hander.
Yeah. And he's sort of half angling that ball there, isn't he? And he knows that if his hands are soft enough, it's probably not going to carry anyway. But it's a hugely frustrating. I mean, it is an edge rather than a glide, I think, actually, to be fair, but it was never going to carry anyway.
We're going to see Jordan Thompson from the River End. He predominantly operated from Marcus Triscothic Pavilion End before lunch. Of course, Kola Cadmore playing against presumably quite a lot of his old teammates.
Well, certainly, I think. Just trying to think what year he's in down here. About 3 years, is it?
Yeah, it might even be longer than that.
He certainly feels part of the furniture down here, but he obviously had several seasons up at Yorkshire. Not opening the batting, though. Actually, I think he's only really got a white ball contract with Somerset. He gets paid per match or something like that. But as things stand, they want him to play in every match, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we've tried enough openers, haven't we, over the last
It's
however
quite
long.
a lottery.
And he seems to be doing all right.
Yeah. Good shot for nothing. Yeah, I reckon, yes, we've had more opening combinations this year than I can ever remember, really.
And a few that you probably wouldn't have put your money on at the start of the season.
The Davy Gregory one, which didn't work too badly. I mean, Davy did quite a good job, especially. And Gregory got runs right at the start of that experiment. Yes, the Gregory Davy got good odds on that.
Pushing hard for a second, but it's not there. Being legged by. We've actually got a stat
Oh, good.
on the opening partnerships, Vic.
Well,
It's good that someone's working behind the scenes.
well, we've got
on our
we've got a
behalf.
magnificent team of researchers.
We have.
The-
We'll let this ball play through and then I'll talk about. And that is cut away and
It's a ball, isn't it?
diving fielder out on the boundary there. I think it's Jack White down there. Doesn't pull it back in.
Well, it's not a great delivery, but he's put it all away, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's timed nicely from James Rue. So Vic,
Yes.
Kola Cadmore and Vaughan
Yes.
become the 29th opening partnership used by Somerset in first-class cricket post-Triscothic.
Right.
And it's Somerset's 8th opening partnership of the season.
Well,
That is a very good delivery.
well, it remains a puzzle, if we're honest, because Kola Cadmore this season is by a distance been the most successful opener. There's one snag here. Kola Cadmore, in all probability, will be playing for the IPL in the IPL as he did last summer. Well, he didn't play that often, but he was in the IPL. Might play a bit more often next year. So there's still half a dozen games at the start of the season where there is a bit of a blank there at the moment.
And the other part of that, Vic, was it's Somerset's 5th opening partnership in 4 games.
Well, it keeps everyone on their toes. I don't imagine. I mean, in the old days, there was poor communication very often. I'm talking about not necessarily when I was playing, but and people would just pin the team sheet with the batting order on the board somewhere in the dressing room. Well, you can imagine nowadays you'd be rushing in fairly early. Saying, am I going to be batting Josh Davey? Am I going to be batting at 1 or 10?
At least he knows he might not be anywhere in between.
Well, probably not, unless they want. And also, he could be batting 1 or 10, or he could be the night watchman. And he could be opening the bowling, but he's not sure about that either. See, that's one of those where it must drive the bowler to frustration, because that's a pretty straight ball, I suspect, but he's kind of shuffled so far down, and he's probably outside the line. Well, only just, though. But he's so far down the pitch that the umpire thinks, well, I'm guessing here. And nothing much happens. Like, he's not giving out LBW, he didn't nick it. I think Tree goes right. I think they should at some point experiment with the keeper up, but maybe Bairstow doesn't feel comfortable up there.
It's well timed for a single down the ground. Don Best does the fielding. Glorious day, Vic. It's been a bit dodgy of late.
It has, but I don't know how long. I don't know what the forecast is actually for this contest. Or indeed, I should be, or we should be, keeping an eye on what's happening around the country with this championship. You can get some magnificent final days, or agonising final days, can't you? If you've got about 2 or 3, 4 clubs who can still win the championship, and all the shenanigans that can go on, we've experienced that. Negatively, mostly. But when it gets to that final round, if it's still up for grabs, anything can happen. We've discovered that. I don't quite know where Surrey are playing, but you'll be on it. Surrey at home to Warwickshire.
And they're 129 for 3.
Who are?
Sorry.
Okay. At the Oval?
At the Oval.
Okay. So they're in first position. Second
Rory
position?
Burns, 51.
Okay.
Not out.
Right. I mean, if you want a contest, you want somehow Surrey to implode and not win that game, and lose that game. It's such a weird setup. If you lose the game, you don't score many runs, you could come away with about 3 points or something. And it makes a huge difference, obviously. That's meat and drink for him. Times it beautifully, though, and he's scrambling round. They'll just keep it down to 2, but he loves that, just on his hip.
And Nottinghamshire, who are in second, Vic.
Yeah.
They've got Worcestershire, 86 for 6.
Well, that's a bit of a problem. Where are they playing?
I believe that is at New Road.
Okay. So, well, it's early days yet, but in this round of matches, but you'd think Notts are already firm favourites to win that contest.
.33 overs gone here. Somerset 127 for 2.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have thought that'd be the case after watching the first half hour.
No, I agree with you.
Lammonby, you saw the dismissal of Lammonby off stump, cartwheeling back, and he played a forward defensive ball moving.
Yeah, George here was particularly
Yeah.
threatening with the new ball. Down the leg side, and I think that's hurt Bairstow.
He has. And he looked to be in actually quite serious pain. I don't know if it's the finger.
He's got enough fingers taped up there, hasn't he?
And I think it's hit him on the end of his fingers on his left hand, and he's clearly in pain. He's whipped the gloves off, and perhaps his inner glove as well, and I'm sure...
The physio's not anywhere to be seen at the moment, though.
No, he's not. He's going to make his way there, but he doesn't seem to be... At least I think he is.
No, that's...
I don't know if that's a physio, actually.
No, that's
got some
Jake
whites
Ball,
on.
and then 2 Yorkshire players in the dugout are unmoved. And I think the call from the Yorkshire slip cordon was, he's all right.
It's only Johnny. He makes a bit of a fuss. That's what they say. Oh, is that what they say? You know, he doesn't make a fuss, actually. He's not really anticipating the physio visiting him, but he clearly hurt him. That will also reduce the chance of him standing up to the seamers too, I reckon. Well, that didn't work.
And do you know what I love about that is Kola Cadmore. A lot of batters in that situation would be like, "Oh, why have I played that shot?" And then they just practice a forward defence. he's shadow batting the exact same shot.
Yeah.
He's got no regrets about that whatsoever.
And in his shadow shot, I think he probably middled it.
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, going back to the Boston era, you know, whenever he's caught on the boundaries, his immediate reaction, I just should have hit it harder.
on that occasion he does choose to defend the
I
ball.
know. It's always quite a moment, isn't it, when he plays a sort of classical forward defensive, because he can do it, and he does do it. There was one there, and I saw one against Don Beth where he's sort of sniffing the ball, and he's right over the top of it, and he blocked it back, having just hit him for 2 monumental sixes. So it's a moment to treasure, the Kola Cadmore forward defensive, I think. In a way, it's just as exciting as his wallop over deep mid wicket. And just as it happens about the same number of times too, or probably less often, maybe the forward defence. Let's see what he does now. That's more like it. He's kicked it. Has he kicked it quite well today?
Yeah,
I
he
think.
might have kicked it for 2.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That might have been quite straight for all we know, but he was
so far
he's
down.
about 5-6 feet beyond the popping crease, and I don't think any umpire really can give that out. Again, you know, he wouldn't be able to do that, I don't think, if the wicketkeeper was standing up. So he continues to frustrate him, although he wasn't his most fluent in that over.
No, a little bit more hit and miss in that over.
Yeah.
129 for the 2 wickets, just one away from that 100 partnership, these two.
Well, it's a big partnership, not in terms just of runs, but just using up those overs, that ball. I mean, the lower order batsmen, from Tom Abel and Kola Cadmore, I mean, their task should be easier because this pair have stayed together so long. And you often find with that strong-looking middle order or late order, you know, if we've got this game, the Greens and Gregories and the Aldridges and the Overtons, they can all bat. But these guys, they're more likely, obviously, to score if there's quite a few overs have gone. They can make hay. They're the sort of players who can make hay down the order. It's rather difficult if it's 100 for 6 as opposed to 250 for 6. Anyway, we'll see. That's a sweet shot. Isn't it? Just a push. It's not quite going to get there, I don't think. But it is, because there's a minor aberration there.
And that is a 100 partnership between these two. Brilliant batting.
It is, and actually, in recent times, Rue has kind of caught up as the run scorer. He's now gone on to 4. He's accelerated rather more quickly. He's accelerated, and Kola Cadmore, curiously, has decelerated. But that was a lovely shot. It was just a push drive, but he timed it so well. Just reached the boundary after a despairing dive.
Couldn't get away with keeping that one in like they did earlier, Yorkshire.
Oh, right, there was a dodgy one.
There was a dodgy one, yeah. We'll let it slide, though. Mr. Trigo said that Mother Cricket will come back to
well,
bite them.
Wise old Mr. Trigo talking about Mother Cricket.
Soft hands from Rue. Does find the outside edge though. White, who probably getting slightly frustrated. Seems to have done that a couple of times.
Yeah. More frustration. He's bowling quite well, actually. He's bowling quite good over there, but he punched for 4. The 2 outside edges just didn't quite carry.
Good fielding there as well from Adam Live, I think it is. Big right paw.
He does play with those soft hands. It's an odd expression to someone who's not really a cricketer. What's he talking about, soft hands? But it means, I guess it means that you're not gripping that bat hard, and you're not pushing your bat towards the ball.
Yeah.
You're just almost letting the ball hit your bat. And
whereas I would say that, I mean, Kola Cadmore, I'm sure, can play with soft hands,
but
it's contrasting, isn't it? You know, we talk
right.
about ruining soft hands, and I would say that
yeah.
Kola Cadmore is hard hands, wants to go at the ball.
Yeah.
Thompson into his 8th over. Just gone for 16 runs, been pretty tight.
Yeah. But he hasn't beaten the bat that often. See, the longer you're out there, the better the wicket seems to behave, and it loses a little bit of pace.
Defending up to mid-on. Yeah, you can almost see where the action's happening. The bowlers follow through. That wicket is changing colour.
Yeah. Well, if it stays, I don't know. If the forecast reads to be good for the next few days, and there's sunshine, I mean, it would be amazing to contrast. If we get to the 4th day, day 1, verdant emerald green. Day 4, it'll be remarkably brown. Completely different colour, a little bit dusty perhaps.
Yeah, which some of those strips on the wicket look like they've been well used, and rightly so, given the time of year that we find ourselves in.
Well, there's a lot of cricket goes on at the county ground, a lot of pitches required, a lot of one-day matches. Somerset women's team, you've
we've
played
added
quite a few games here.
Added to the workload of Nick Pepper.
Yeah. And it is a big square, but it's still running out of pitches. That's another of those that, you know, it might have been hitting the wickets, but I don't see how you can give that out. It might have been going down, it might have been hitting the wickets, but he's so far down.
First and second slip. Enjoyed that one.
I mean, if you had the review system, you might review just one of those, but I think what usually happens, if you're that far down, they just give it an orange anyway. At least you might not, even if it's going on to hit the wickets. Down he goes, but this time he's middled it. It's the first time for a while, but once he middles it, it just goes for 4.
Yeah, I think mid-wicket was interested for a split second, but timed beautifully by Kola Cadmore. Kola Cadmore onto 72 then.
Captain Bairstow marching towards Jack White. White and Hill done the bulk of the work. I was surprised they kept Don Bess on quite so long, so early. He will get a lot of bowling. There's also Moriarty, the left-arm spinner, playing this game, which suggests that Yorkshire think that it will spin.
Yeah, and given Somerset's lineup as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I think similarly.
But I thought the experiment with the finger spinner went on quite a long time, given that the ball was still seaming around and new.
Yeah, it came on in the 12th over.
Yeah, and nothing much. Well, he got hit for a couple of sixes. It was a very forthright response from Kola Cadmore, of course. And I thought they could have given the seamers a chance with that new ball and the greener pitch for a bit longer, in the knowledge that Bess, Moriarty, and later on in this match, no doubt, Leach especially, and Vaughan, possibly even Goldsworthy, will have work to do. It's going to be actually quite interesting to see Somerset in the field, because they've got so many seam bowling options. None of the very familiar. No Overton, no Ball, no Pretorius. No Ogborn. He's carrying a little injury. I
think
gather.
He's got a bit of a back injury.
Pretorius not fit. So it's an odd-looking Somerset attack, and as I say, devoid of much pace. But pace. Actually, it's been interesting to see them bowl this morning, because I don't think you needed much pace this morning. You just needed to get that ball landing on the seam on a length. It doesn't matter whether it was 85 or 75 miles an hour. And I think things happened. That'll still be the case. When Somerset get to bowl, we'll wait and see.
Bairstow and that slip cordon, I think, have
come up a bit.
Yeah, they've definitely come up a bit. Bairstow was just checking them just a minute ago. Those ones that have just bounced in front from James Rue's outside edge.
So there we are. Speed 72, 72. I mean, that's a modest pace for an opening bowler in county cricket. But pace is not everything. Keep an eye on those those pace figures. I'm just trying to think who the fastest bowler in the match is going to be. Could be Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, I would guess it.
I mean, he usually gets over 80, which would be a first for him, I think. Probably, anyway.
Here, decide against two, which is probably a sensible decision.
Yeah. These probably aren't the most fleet-footed of Somerset batsmen.
Is that a polite way of putting it?
Well, I mean, there's some very quick runners. I mean, I think, you know, I'm just trying to think. Abel and Lammonby might be able to outstrip him. Abel's pretty quick, even though he's senior citizen.
Kola Cadmore doesn't really need to run, does he, when he strikes the ball? He's a bit of a shuffler, though. I've noticed him in the field. He sort of shuffles around the boundary.
Yeah. And James Rue is not the most fleet-footed, I would say, for a 21-year-old, but he looks like he's been... He always looks like he's been playing county cricket for about 10 years now. He looks so...
Feels like he has.
composed and mature in his outlook. So, on balance, a good decision not to go for the second there, I think.
I agree. No need to take those risks at this stage.
well, I'm not sure I'm going to get to the Live and Let Dine Bond spoof comedy dinner experience on Thursday the 20th of November. I'm sure it'll be hilarious.
I'm sure it will. I saw that advertised on the LEDs the other night, actually.
Oh. Dinner experience. Well, that could be anything, couldn't it? Well, there'll be dinner, I know that. But then what happens?
5 stars. Oh.
Well, they had a Faulty Towers type one, didn't they?
Did you go to that?
No. So, no, I didn't, but I should have done. He's hit that sweetly.
Pulled out in front of square, just in front of the dugouts. Lovely shot from James Rue and brings up well-made 50. Raises his bat, warm applause. It's a sight we're getting used to seeing here.
Yeah, just picked it off. I mean, it's no fault of James Rue, but one of the problems he'll have is that, I mean, there was the odd mumble. He went on the Lions tour to Australia, and they said he had a few problems with the short ball. But the problem is for him, and he is so good that if he has a few problems, he'll sort them out. But how does he get that experience if you're playing against attacks that are coming in at you in the sort of mid-70s? He's never going to come across the 80s, or very rarely is he going to come across that sort of 85 plus, 87 mph pace bowler. Hello. He's just
flashed away through the offside.
That way, gave himself a little bit of room that time. It actually came down on a slightly different angle, didn't he? Just gave himself a bit of room, and he has smashed that through the covers. So his lack of speed between the wickets was not relevant there. Oh, well, relative lack of, look at that. Whoosh. So all I'm saying is for James Rue to advance or to gain that sort of experience is quite difficult in County Cricket because you don't come across very frequently the sort of 85 plus bowlers who, by and large, there's always some in Test cricket when in opposition. Well, he's just got the flavour, and actually, it's a sort of top edge, outside edge. It's a good catch.
Very
it was
good
travelling.
catch. Very good grab. George Hill, I think, in there, snaffled it. And Kola Cadmore, as well as he's played, he's walking back to the pavilion for 76. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
Was trying to, well, play probably exactly the same shot that got him for the ball before. But this time, Jordan Thompson has the last laugh.
Yeah. It was, in the end, it was still a bit close to him to play that sort of square, cutty slash. He went at it hard, and it went quite quickly. He was well held at slip. And much joy in that slip, Gordon, and relief, actually.
Yeah, they needed to break that partnership, didn't they, Yorkshire?
So, fine knock though from Kola Cadmore. he was just getting the flavour again, and he was probably thinking I could get a really big innings here. A couple of boundaries had just come, but he's gone. 76 though, on this surface, especially given what it was like this morning, that's a major contribution. And he batted for nearly 38 overs as well. So time is important as well as runs. Wicket not quite so tricky now. So he's done a terrific job, and no doubt he'll be a bit frustrated that he hasn't had a chance to capitalise on all that hard work this morning. Even so, 76 is... It's worth 100 on a few flatter wickets than this. Although this one could get a bit flatter as we go along, we'll see.
Tom Abel, the new man.
What a lot of noise, isn't it?
Yeah, very excitable. Slip cordon. Adam Lythe absolutely loved that catch from George Hill. Almost celebrating before he'd caught it.
Well, Kola Cadmore is a big wicket for all sorts of reasons. A, you like to get your old mates out, but also if he stays in, he can change the game very quickly. If he was just starting to accelerate again.
Yeah, 76 off 110 balls. Tom Kola Cadmore. 11 fours and 2 sixes.
Okay, so Jordan Thompson there is capable of bowling in excess of 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, notice how he got the wicket, and then that first ball to Abel was the one that was clocked at 83.
Well, that's what wickets do for you. It's 4 miles an hour quicker. Good spot there, Sophie. It's partly because you strain more, partly a bit more relaxed too. Anyway, new batsman in, Tom Abel, down at 5. Not a bad time to come in the sense that the ball's a bit older now. It's at the odd fielding position now, a sort of short-ish square leg for that little flick he plays off the hip. However, he's sort of got away with that. And it was a full toss, but it's only going to yield 1 run. Didn't quite middle that.
Yeah, I don't mind that field actually.
No, I
just
don't.
It's such an easy sort of get off strike option for James Rees. So just trying to shut that off.
Shut that off, and possibly you might get one off the face of the bat in the air there. He does like to sort of, he's such a, that's a sort of old pro-ish shot there that he plays too. The sort of nothing ball, round about middle leg, but he's just got this knack of turning the wrist at the last moment to get it wide enough of mid-wicket to get the single. And they're trying to block that out. Tom, maybe when he comes in, we've seen him score stats, but because this always slightly perplexes me. He kind of bats on middle and off stump, and he's very fluent through the leg side, but I always fear for him right at the start of the innings. He's got to be and that's why they're all oohing and ahhing out there, that you think he's an LBW candidate, and he probably is a bit of an LBW candidate. Look at him now, look, he's right on off stump. So you think if he misses, and he's not going to romp down the pitch like Kola Cadmore, he is vulnerable. No, he doesn't miss that often.
No,
but just at the start, you know, that's when you might get found out there. But that's what a lot of players actually know. I mean, bat on what seems to be off stump, especially to us spinners, they often bat almost outside off stump, but against seamers, I think you're just slightly more vulnerable to the straight ball. If you end up playing around your pad a bit. But anyway, he's a far better batsman than I was. He knows what he's doing, I guess.
Yorkshire are a little bit more buoyant now, aren't they? There's a bit more noise around.
Yeah, I mean, need a partnership of about 100 to keep them quiet. Which is, I mean, it's the way. They are quite noisy. We're sort of picking them up today. I can't exactly translate what they're saying, but we've got a rough idea.
James Rees nattering away at the non-strikers end to Dom Bess. Abel defends.
Yeah, I don't know how often Dom Bess, he must have played a few games for Yorkshire back here. This is, of course, I remember watching him start and taking...
Well, how many years has he been up at Yorkshire now?
It must have been about 3 or 4. But coming in at the end of the season, getting wickets straight away on a Somerset Turner with Leach at the other end. and then watching him progress very quickly and very adroitly, really, into the England side. Amazing how he managed to cope with that. I was far more nervous than he was when he made his debut. I had to give him his cap at Lord's, and I was delighted to do it. But
yeah, so he
seemed pretty
just
cool.
20.
He was just 20 then. Yeah.
So that was 8 years ago.
Was it really?
Oh, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Pakistan. Against Pakistan, 2018.
Yeah. He did have, yes, one game back on loan. It was against Hampshire, I think. A sort of freakish loan sign in a way. In a high-scoring game against Hampshire, I remember it. I think Leach was playing for England. Shaw played, I think. But whether he's played for Yorkshire in the Championship down here since he left us, I can't remember. But I do remember him starting here, and it was a magical start, really. Wickets straight away. Trigo would have been playing, I guess. And he was so calm, really, but in an enthusiastic, bubbly way. But he wasn't overawed. That was the amazing thing. Trigo captained him in his first game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that against.
How did that happen? Is that a championship match?
No, it was a touring match, Pakistan.
Don Best played against Pakistan under Trigo's leadership. They always used to make Trigo captain of the club when we were playing Pakistan in the tourist match. He was our specialist captain versus Pakistan.
He didn't get a wicket in that game, Don Best.
Okay. But once he got into the championship side at the end of that season, he got wickets straight away. And before you can blink, he's playing for England. And he never let England down, actually. It's an odd career. Just the one, I think. And perhaps he'll play for England again, I don't know. But
do you know off the top of your head how many Test matches Don Best
I'm
played?
pretty close. He played a dozen at least, I should think. 13 or 14, maybe.
14, very good, Vic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and he did quite well. I mean, it's odd how he sort of suddenly then disappeared as an England prospect. I mean, it was an amazing selection early on. It was a real bold selection to pick him. And it was hastened, I have to add, by the fact that Somerset were prepared to play on turning pitches. And he caught the attention because he bowled well on them and he got wickets, and suddenly people were buzzing about him. There are some virtues of allowing spinners to get bowling on turning pitches, and he made the most of it. And he got picked for England, and he chipped in quite frequently, sometimes with the bat as well. And he raised the standard of fielding. I think when I gave him his cap, I might have mentioned the fact that, well, if nothing else, you improve the standard of the fielding of this side, and left him to it. But as I say, I think I was just as nervous as he was on that morning at Lord's. All these very tall English players looking up, very tall.
Have you done many cap presentations in your time?
Not that many, but I've done a few. It was a good choice. I was a good choice to do that because we were at the same school. He both bowled off break for Somerset. He was always a rather better fielder. And my daughter had taught him. That's right.
Okay.
So they were sort of fair. There were sort
links,
of connections that I could. And then more trickily, I gave Liam Dawson his cap.
Okay.
But that was an oddity because he was in India. And I was working there as a journalist, and 10 days beforehand, I was lamenting impressed. Well, how can they possibly call up Liam Dawson, the head of Jack Leach? And it was the winter where Jack Leach, someone decided he had a little bit of a quirk in his action, and no one knew about that. So I was innocently pontificating that, well, you know, in my esteemed judgment, I think Leach is a spirit, but why isn't he here? And then 10 days later, I find myself, I don't know, they must have been struggling for ex-England players, not around, giving a cap to Liam Dawson. So I've done to him, and then, there's only one more, I think. The other one.
Oh, look at that lovely picture we've got on
There
screen.
we go, yeah, there it is. I'm looking an idiot, but he looks good.
He looks so young. I mean, I know he was only 20, but he does.
Well, he was only 20. But yeah, there we go. The other one is a quirky one, because I gave an England cap to Joe Root.
Wow.
When he made his T20 debut.
Oh.
And it was right at the end of an Indian tour.
And again, were you?
And
you
I was the only one
vicinity
left. All the, you know, your Athertons or your whoever it was, they'd all gone home. And I was still there for this one-day international, probably on about December the 22nd, you know, just before Christmas. And they must have. So I gave, and it was on Joe's first England tour where he made his Test debut earlier in that tour. I can't remember. Probably Atherton gave him his goal. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I don't expect, well, he might remember it, but I remember it. Gave him his T20 cap. I don't think he batted or bowled, actually.
Oh.
I think they won.
Yeah.
but I think he was sort of down at 6 and 7. I can't remember exactly, but I did.
Yeah,
give him his cap.
Very interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that, Vic. So.
Well, no, I was quite surprised to be asked myself. But it was by process of elimination. So there's just no one else there.
Somerset 151 for 3 or 40 overs. It's James Root angles that one down towards the slip cordon. I think this is got a change bowler from the Marcus Triscothic pavilion end. Matthew Revis has come into the attack.
I managed with Liam Dawson. I managed to avoid saying, well, "I've no idea what you."
I didn't want to really ask what did you.
No, well, I
what
can't
did you
remember
say?
precisely,
You
but
obviously had to lie through your teeth.
Well, no.
All these lovely things you said about him.
I can't remember, but I would have said something appropriate. You know, just you'll be great. Play your own game. Well, I can't remember. He did actually quite well in a huge England defeat. He got 60, I think.
Okay.
But it was in a match where India got about 700. But he was the best of the spinners, which meant he got about 2 for 150.
Think about a quick single, but decide against it.
I think it's time. It's Trigo's turn, isn't it?
Trigo's turn.
He'll move in a minute, I think. Just a bit of calm since the departure of Kola Cadmore. Tom Abel's yet to get off the mark. He's faced a dozen deliveries. Just wants to get acclimatised. Yorkshire tightened it up. They're relieved to get rid of Kola Cadmore. At least they're easier to get control for a while. But the wicket is behaving more sedately, it seems to me, by some margin.
Yeah, that ball now 40 overs old. Don Bess is doing his best to shine it up.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? You're going to go and enjoy your lion bar, Vic? Shh, don't tell everyone I'm eating lion bars. It's not really meant to be part of my diet, really. Well, although I'm not, an active professional sports person like yourself.
It's all about
I wouldn't
it's all
touch
about
lion
balance,
bars
Vic.
or flapjacks or
Any other sweet treats.
any other sweet treats. Oh, well, there are, just to warn us, or one or two, that the clear blue skies of earlier on, well, there's still blue sky, but away over towards the Quantocks, there are some heavy clouds, and cameraman, or one of our cameramen, who obviously function outside rather than inside this cosy little commentary box,
Oh, yeah.
had a flash of lightning, and there's the thunder. So the umpires are now looking at one another, wondering where's that coming from. The ground is still bathed in sunshine, but there was quite a roll of thunder there. So we'll see whether they keep going. But at the moment, they're just, the umpires are sort of pointing skyward, away to our left, sort of just to the left of the Quantocks, in fact, at the offending dark clouds. But the game continues.
Everyone's sort of looking in that direction now. All the
Yeah, I missed the flash of lightning, but hopefully it'll just creep round the back of us. So it's a slightly eerie feel to proceedings now, because the ground is still in sunshine. Abel is now off and running with a characteristic flick off the legs, which will give him at least two, just the two. Okay, what's going to happen? Apparently, Odoras of Trigo got to wait another 10 minutes. And then he's going to have a good stint. And then we were talking about Charles Willoughby, quite a character we played with. You remember Charles Willoughby?
I do. I remember watching him bowl here.
Yeah, you'd have watched him bowl more often than you watched him bat.
Yes.
And Pete's going to have a chat with him at tea time. So he's going to come on a little bit later, and then he's going to forge through the rest of the afternoon session. And then he's going to grill Charles Willoughby about the disappointment of scoring 47, which took his aggregate of runs above his number of wickets he'd taken in his career, or some such things. But I mean, I can remember watching, it wasn't that long ago, by my standards, left arm swingers, LBW bowl, Willoughby, off you go. We pick up bits of wind, and I'm never quite sure now whether that's thunder or
well, I haven't seen any flashes of lightning in the distance. This is George Hill back into the attack from the river end, replacing Jordan Thompson. Yeah, it's definitely wind. I can.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
You don't mind that.
I didn't think there was any rain forecast today,
Well,
but these showers seem to come from nowhere sometimes. Maybe defends that into the offside.
well, they're quite noisy still. I mean, they're relieved to get that wicket at Kola Cadmore. But plenty of encouragement. Do you get a lot of encouragement? Do you leave the encouraging to the others while you do the thinking when you're out there? You like a bit of noise, I
No,
expect,
I do
you?
like a bit of noise, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're the most sort of in-your-face, chatty team, though.
Do you have to work at it or not?
Yeah, I don't think it comes naturally to
quite a few of your
players. Yeah.
It's trouble is if it's false, it sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, when you try too hard.
Oh yeah. We had in a little wicketkeeper who played for us from South Paddington called Trevor Gard, who's a very, very gifted keeper and actually won a man of the, well, he should have won a man of the match at Lords once, where he got a couple of stumpings in a World Cup final. But he was a lovely, gentle, sort of quiet soul. Big mates with both. But I just remember, and of course the wicketkeepers are supposed to be the sort of fulcrum, you know, in charge of getting everyone geared up and everything. They're going to walk off here. I think they're going to walk off. Yeah, they've obviously seen some lightning. The sun is shining, but they're going to leave because they must have some measure of this, but there's been lightning, so they're going to go. And the crowd are a bit grumpy because the sun is blazing down. But they obviously want to let this little passage of weather, and away to our left there's some thick cloud. It's probably raining behind the Somerset stand.
Yeah, it's just protocol that you do have to come off.
Yeah, it's a bit like in the golf as well. So obviously they've got radars now in a way that didn't exist. They probably can see it coming. We'll also be able to tell when it's gone.
I think you have to give it, I don't know if it's 20 minutes or half an hour before you come back on.
The umpire's chatting with the ground stuff. I might as well finish my tale.
Yes.
They leave it very quickly.
Trevor
Gard, lovely keeper, played a fair bit of cricket in the mid-80s, and big mates with Both. Both would come back from those test matches. And Trevor, as I say, was not a natural chivier of fielders. And I just remember Both coming in, he was tired after a test match. And he bowled 2 deliveries to Both opening the bowling. And then Trev took the third one. And he didn't have a huge loud voice, but he sort of bellowed as best he could down the pitch. Keep going, boss. And we'd only had 3 balls. Anyway, there we are. So we've got this slightly surreal thing. They've taken the stumps out of the pitch. They're probably going to bring the covers out as a precaution. They've got the coconut matting there to put over the play. They obviously think it probably will rain, I guess.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be caught out, do you? And if this shower comes in and it's quite heavy, then best to have something down.
And I don't know what we're going to do. Really.
Well, we'll probably take a short break. You can
so.
Enjoy your Lion Bar.
Well, I
might have my flapjack.
Yeah, I expect you will. So we'll leave you, but we'll be back as soon as there's any activity, which hopefully won't be too long. See you soon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We should be watching some cricket about now, but unfortunately that rainstorm has come in quite heavy. There are a number of puddles on the pitch, but I'm delighted to say I'm joined by former South Africa and Somerset left-arm swing king, Charles Willoughby. We're going to have a nice little chat for the next few minutes, hopefully keep you entertained while we see what this weather's doing. Charles, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. I know you're not a stranger, but let's just have a little recap of your time here at Somerset and the people you hopefully still can share a beer with.
Yeah, it was fantastic memories of being here, and I think you were one of the first ones that I met when I joined the club in South Africa. You guys were on tour. We had a chat in the change room about my batting before I walked out to bat at Pile, and then I came back and said, I told you so.
Yeah, I do remember that very fondly. But you caught the eye of Brian Rose. Somerset played against Leicestershire at Grace Road, where you spent one season. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying you got 6 for not many. Is that right?
Yeah, it was an overcast day. The ball swung a little bit. Some of the boys helped me out by not offering any shots and getting out LBW. But yeah, I got 6 for against Somerset, and I think that's when Rosie sort of took a little bit of note. And then Graham Smith arrived, and his first game was against Leicester at Oakham School, and I got him out for not many, and I think that's when Rosie started to ask some questions and led to me coming here.
So your time here was also spent another few of your countrymen, Xander de Bruyn, Alfonso Thomas, in that little period we had here at the club. They were fantastic times. Are there particular sort of moments in your Somerset career you look upon fondly?
No, I think my time here is some of the best. Some of the best memories I've got in cricket. I really enjoyed my time at Somerset. It was the pinnacle that I could go to after making the decision to leave South Africa, and the club welcomed me. Obviously the first season went really well, so that meant the spectators welcomed me. I was one of obviously the first cold packs, which always was a questionable thing at the time. But once the cold pack guys started to perform, I think we just sort of fell into sort of the mould of county cricket, and I think people appreciated what we were bringing to the game over here. And I always said that I wanted to have good memories of this club, so even when I left, I kept my heart open to the club, and when moved back to Somerset, enjoy coming back here, knowing that I was part of this journey to get Somerset to Division 1, and at some point when they do win Division 1, I will just take a tiny little piece of that in terms of the memories and what I helped the club get to.
Well, the three of you were certainly a massive part of that era of Somerset County Cricket Club, and a very shrewd piece of business by Brian Rose and Andy Hurry. Now, hopefully you don't mind that I do occasionally use you in reference during my commentary. Not often we see swing bowlers of your quality, certainly not left-armers, but we do occasionally see the odd number 11 batter come in and play some quite outlandish shot, and I always say to whoever I'm commentating with, you haven't seen nothing until you've seen Charles Willoughby get bowled while he's standing on 3 strips across.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree that the game has changed magnificently now, and every single player has to be able to bat. And I jokingly say I wouldn't be able to play any one-day cricket in the modern game now because I just couldn't bat. It was part of when I grew up in terms of they didn't care if you could bat or not, as long as you could bowl and you could get people out. That was all they focused on. There was never a time I'll go and have a bat in the net. It was just bowl, 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 and you were number 10 or 11, and that was every team had one in those days, where now 10 and 11 win you games, which is amazing. So every now and again, if you do see a genuine number 11, does make me smile a little bit, but you don't see them very often nowadays.
Well, you don't, but a measure of Charles Willoughby, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening, incredibly humble, honest guy, but I completely disagree. You'd play in any of the teams I've ever played in, mate, with the amount of wickets you took. We actually, before I realised you were coming on, so it purely was by chance, we were discussing that a bit about your batting, and I said, actually, Charles could really get hold of spin bowlers. And I told the story of you scoring a magnificent 47 against Worcestershire here, hitting Gareth Battier and Moeen Ali a number of times into the stands for 6. And you came off the field, sat in the dressing room, and we were like, "Pup, that was amazing, 47." It was a real crucial part of the game as well. And you looked a little bit dejected. And I always tell that story. If you'd like to follow on why you were slightly disappointed with your batting performance that day.
Well, I was incredibly proud around my bowling record. And I got to 200 first-class wickets before I got to 200 runs, 300 wickets before 300 runs, etc., etc. And then when you throw in a 47, that's a lot of wickets to catch up on. And I think 800 was the first time that I got 2 runs before wickets. But, yeah, I mean, it's a record that not many people would be proud of, that you're only scoring 1 run per wicket effectively. But ultimately, I'm incredibly proud about the wickets. The runs were, if I could add 10 runs to the team, it might have made a difference. But, I think most teams valued my wicket-taking ability more than my ability to score 1.
Well, I think I'm right in saying 848 first-class wickets, average around about 25.
Yeah.
Which, for anyone who knows cricket, that's a phenomenal achievement, and your longevity in the game. And I think, again, while we're on the records thing, we've got some very amazingly celebrated bowlers from the club. One of them just came in. Your opening bowling partner, Andy Caddick, just spent a couple of minutes listening to us. But another great bowler of the club's history is Joel Garner, and I know that there was a milestone. It was a focus point on you because you came to the club later in your year. You wanted you were never going to get a 1200 like Andy Caddick, but Joel Garner was on your radar, and I'm right in saying that you passed that amount of wickets in less games than Joel Garner, which, if you think about it in the context of Somerset, that's a hell of an achievement.
Yeah, there was always boards around the ground. Obviously, Joel and Viv and both of them were always sort of like the Hall of Famers around here, and there was a board that said he had taken 339 wickets, 90 games or whatever it was, I can't remember now. And I set my stall out to that if I was going to be around at the club for a while, I wanted to get more than Joel. And eventually got there, past him in less games, which for somebody that wasn't particularly fast compared to him, maybe not as feared, I took that as a goal achieved, if you will. Still waiting for the club to put my face up, but anyway, it's only a joke. But yeah, I mean, I think any sportsman needs goals. You need goals, and I used to set my stall out to get 60 championship wickets a year. Some years I'd get it, some years I wouldn't, but if I didn't have that goal, I wouldn't have got there. But obviously a big goal like Joel's record at the club, if you can achieve something like that, then obviously box ticked.
No, I think it's right question to ask, coming from a different part of the world. Somerset County Cricket Club, because of the history, certainly that sort of 70s, 80s when we had those legends playing for the club that you just mentioned, was Somerset on the sort of your cricketing radar throughout your career as a club that you'd love to play for?
I always wanted to just play county cricket, and until I arrived playing county cricket did I start taking notice of clubs that were what I wanted to be part of. Obviously, the reputation at Somerset wasn't great for fast bowlers in terms of how flat the wicket was, but I was a swing bowler, so it didn't matter how flat the wicket was as long as I got swing. And having played here for South Africa in a tour game and then against Somerset, I realised that it swings here, I could take wickets. The wind was coming across the field in terms of where I wanted to be, and it wasn't in my face or the other ways. And if I had the wind at the right end, it would swing. And I think that definitely helped the wicket-taking ability, because when I arrived here, this wicket was not what it is in the modern game now.
Do you look at wickets like that patch of green land there and just sort of lick your lips a little bit? Because in your era, I think to bolster what you did for Somerset in terms of your 60-plus wickets every year on, year out, it was at the stage where this place was known as the best batting pitch. Numerous 500+ runs scored on it in an innings, and he still managed to perform.
Well, I just believe that if I wanted to be out there bowling, I had a chance of getting wickets. We would see teams come here and bowlers would pull up injured day one of the game because it was too flat, or even before the game. But I just always wanted the ball, because if I had the ball in my hand and it swung, I had a chance of getting wickets. So ultimately, it's all in the head. Yes, back in those days it was flat, but Caddy used to get 80, 90 wickets a season. So if he could do it, why couldn't anybody else do it? It's about wanting to do it. And a prime example of that is Alfonso. Alfonso wanted to do it. He came here, he did it. Where some guys would come here one game a season, and after day one they would be pulled up.
Do you remember what we used to call that?
Flat wicketitis?
Tauntonitis.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it often. But the experienced bowlers, the internationals that came here, wanted it, and they would never be the ones that did that. You talk about your Hoggards, your side bottoms, they would come here and they would try because they wanted it. And they would be successful, where there were always some other characters that would just pull up, and they only had to do it once a season. But we had to do it 8, 9 games a year at home. So it would be a tough season if you didn't want to bowl at home.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that that first season we got promoted to Division 1, which we've stayed ever since. 10 or 12 wins out of 16 games. Yeah. I mean, if you could pick one of those games, hopefully you can link that into Andy Caddick, that particular game just up the road against the rivals. Do you remember that? I think it was we won it inside of 2 days. Yeah,
well, there were 2 games that year. One at Neville Road, where we won in 2 days, but we had a little sort of black credit card put on the door as an incentive to say if we won, we could have a night out. But Caddy obviously got me half my wickets because he bowled so well, and they would try and take risks against me. But I would like to think that I got Caddy half his wickets. Well,
Caddy would say you stole half of his. That's the difference. I guess.
Yeah. But I mean, playing against Gloucester and beating them is always good. I think we got 20 wickets in a day against them as well, which obviously helped that season. So we did have good matches against Gloucester. Caddy and I were a good pair. But I did bowl with lots of other guys, and me and you always used to joke, I would go one way, you'd go the other way, and because we could swing it, we helped each other. So it's just a case of being there when somebody else is bowling well, rather than not being there, because if you both bowl well together, both of you got a chance of getting wickets.
Yeah, it was all about partnerships, wasn't it? And I think that was very much the Justin Langer way, is to back up what your mate's doing down the other end, and fight as a unit. So that was all very. I think it all resonated with quite a young, influential group of cricketers that obviously set the tone for quite a long period of success that I think the club is still enjoying now, with those same sort of ethoses in place. Very much that sort of 05, 06 era onwards. I think the Somerset fans would pretty much agree that the club are in a good space. Lots of finals days, not always the greatest result, but now all of a sudden, back into finals day. I don't know if you saw that game the other night with Sean Dixon, with that magnificent 70-odd not out. I mean, the club's just going from strength to strength.
Phenomenal talent they produced down here. I don't know if it's because there's no other big sport down here and it's just cricket. But we've always produced good talent here. It's just getting them to that next stage. We are producing more and more England sort of call-ups now, which is good. But phenomenal what this club's achieved. I've always said since day one coming to this club that Somerset was up there with the most professional setup I've ever been involved in. Everything was about the players, making sure the players were the best they could be, facilitating whatever they needed, whether it was sending them on a 2-week trip to India to go learn spin bowling or face spin bowling, or sending them out to South Africa to face fast bowlers. It was all about the players. even pre-season winter, that it became an 11-month-a-year job, where prior to that it was a 6 or 7 month job. And Sarge and Langer, Trez facilitated all that, but that was run by the club wanting to be the best small county, if you will, in the country. And our spectator base here is phenomenal. The ground, you feel part of whatever's going on, where the big test venues, you're so far removed from all those spectators. So it's a great atmosphere. Yeah, I loved it. I love still walking in here. Still feel good about coming back to what the club gave me, because it did give me quite a lot. And obviously living locally, working across the road at Cooper Associates makes it easy to just pop in my head in every now and again.
Yeah, and obviously the architect of that era with Sargent or Andy Hurry and Langer, Brian Rose, making those decisions, making some tough decisions at time, having the ear of Jimmy Cook, fellow South African, procuring quality players. I think Brian would often say, Jimmy, do you rate X, Y, and Z? And Jimmy would always give the sort of golden stamp on the players that he brought in, and he did a grand job. So nice segue there, Pup. The last 8 years or so, you've been across the road at the Cooper Associates. As you know, this is the Cooper Associates County Ground, so great connection there. Just a little word on your sort of day-to-day and how nice it is to still have a work connection with Somerset County Cricket Club.
Yeah, I bumped into Lee Cooper a little while ago, and he said, you should consider coming to Cooper Associates. Obviously, we got the relationship with the cricket across the road, took the plunge and not looked back. Day-to-day is financial advice, whether it's retirement planning, investment planning, inheritance tax planning. But Cooper Associates is a fantastic company down in the West Country, offers holistic financial planning to all of our clients. We've got fantastic relationships with, obviously, Somerset Cricket and the naming rights here, Cooper Associates County Ground. Obviously, we sponsor Exeter Rugby and Gloucester Rugby as well. But it's a phenomenal story in terms of the success of Cooper Associates. 16 years ago, one man had a big idea. We now got offices all over the south of England and the largest St James's Place practice in the south of England. So I thoroughly enjoy my day-to-day activities within my working life now, but very fortunate that I had 20 years as a cricketer and now love the work that I do after cricket as well.
And the Cooper Associates Taunton branch, if you had to put together a 11 or 6-a-side cricket team, it would be pretty useful. Reel off a few of the other names that are over
obviously,
the office.
Tim Grunewold's there, Carl Gazard's there, Jack Cooper played for the twos, Lee Cooper played twos and I think 1 or 2 first-team games. James Regan's there, and then we got some guys that are still aspiring club cricketers around. So
Kev Parsons, is he making it into the 11?
I mean, he would, but yeah.
St Andrews legend.
He'd probably be the captain. Nobody ever gets him out, and he always tells me about his England over 50 aspirations. So I'm sure he'd get in there. But in terms of a young punk. He's probably a little bit older. He won't like me saying that, but Lee's put a phenomenal team together there, and we deliver a high level of service. People can come to us for all financial aspects, and we don't play enough sort of corporate cricket, but I think there's a reason that we don't. We'd probably beat everybody, but yeah. Cricket seems a distant memory now for me. I play a little bit of the lashing stuff, but I think that's coming to an end now. I hurt my shoulder this year, so I'm probably not going to be playing many more games.
So, being a cricketer for 20 years, obviously, I'm sure a lot of cricket fans and maybe players as well are listening. Now you're on the other side of the fence thinking about people's futures. Is that really something that you would advocate and echo and drive towards young cricketers? You have that short lifespan where you make some good income, but trying to future-proof that for later in life, is that very much on your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Coopers, we do talks with the younger players here, but people forget that what you got now really needs to be working while you're enjoying your sport, because it can be taken away quite quickly in terms of injuries. A new coach comes in, doesn't like you, struggle to find the next county that wants you. I wish I had more guidance when I was a young cricketer in terms of doing stuff with my finances. But, you know, everybody's different. The sad thing about what we see on a day-to-day is people come to us a little bit late in life to try and get themselves sorted out. The earlier you have these discussions with people like myself, and there's many of us out there, the better it is for you. So do encourage, just pick up the phone, whether it's to Cooper Associates or James Hildreth, whoever it is, have a discussion. It's a case of the earlier you talk about these things, the better your financial future will be.
And a message to anyone of any age, so start thinking about life after work as early as you can.
Well, I've got probably 30 clients that are below the age of 18. That's parents or grandparents starting to plan for them. Those children will then have an advisor when they turn 18, and they will start understanding the value of advice, and they will have a better financial future than those that wait until 65 to walk into our office.
So instead of your extra spare cash going down the pub, maybe slide a bit into
well,
a
that's
pension.
where I wish I had that little bit of extra knowledge back in the day.
But we had a great time, didn't we, Pup? We had
Wouldn't
a great
change it for
time.
anything in the world.
Well, Charles Willoughby, it's been magnificent talking to you. Thank you very much for your time. Hope you enjoyed our chats, our ramblings about our past here. Charles, you were an absolute cracker of a teammate and one of the best bowlers that has ever graced the ground here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks for your service. And I will certainly be driving someone here to be putting up your plaque, which you very, very much deserve.
No, only joking about that, Triggs. But it's
No,
always a pleasure
I'm
to
not.
catch up. It's always a pleasure to talk cricket with somebody that I played cricket with that's been through it in the trenches.
Yeah, awesome, Pup. Just next time in the next life, just backing across. Stay in line, my man.
Well, I did get out LBW to Charles Langerfeld, so it couldn't have been that bad.
Must have been sliding down. Cheers, Charles.
Cheers.
So today we're meeting up with somebody who was born to be a Somerset player because he's got the name Somerset in his first name. So it's Derek John Somerset Taylor who's joining us today, the wicketkeeper from the glory years. Derek, lovely to see you in Somerset.
Thanks.
Sitting in a chilly morning in front of a nice warm fire at Blackmore Farm at Cannington.
Cannington, correct.
So what's it feel like to be back here?
Oh, well, we always like coming back. We haven't been back for 3 years, obviously, COVID. And so we've all been looking forward to it and lucky enough to bring our daughter and grandson with us this year.
Brilliant. How do we come to have Somerset in your name, Derek? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, well, it was mentioned in my benefit brochure, but it's a made-up story. The real truth is that it's from my grandfather's side on my mother's side, and her father was Henry Somerset Wicks. And one of his brothers had the name, but prior to that, we don't know where it came from. So just have to blame my great-grandfather, who was Henry Rowley Wicks. But there was no trace of Somerset before that. So it's a bit of a mystery in that respect.
You've said you've done a bit of family history background with the genealogy side of things.
Sure.
And you maybe have tenuous links with Casey Aldridge, because Aldridge is a family name.
Well, that's right. That's on my mother's side. The same part of the family, but on her mother. My grandmother was an Aldridge from Gloucester, and she had lots of brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, and nieces, and they were all over Gloucestershire, Tewkesbury, and every Stroud, Gloucester, and I noticed that Casey's from Bristol, so not too far away.
Oh, interesting, isn't it? Might be another one in the family coming through.
You never know. Yeah. Haven't had the chance to meet him yet, but hopefully one day.
Good. Tell me, how did you get into cricket in the first place? You were born in Amersham, weren't you?
That's right.
And so how does it come about that you started with cricket? In the first
place? I don't know. My brother and I liked playing cricket from a very young age, and the local cricket ground was just down the road, Amersham Hill Cricket Club, which is no longer. And from there, my father and mother liked sport as well. But and I had an uncle Derek, who was unfortunately killed in the war, and he was a good sportsman, cricket, tennis, soccer, and so that's where it came from, I think. But and then we progressed through. We then joined Cheshire Cricket Club. And then on to Buckinghamshire, young amateurs, Buckinghamshire minor counties, and Michael went to Nottingham when he was 18, I think, 19, and then it was 2 years later I joined Surrey at 21.
Let's just go back to you before then. You played football a bit, didn't you, in your younger days?
Well, until I got injured when I was 19. But I played, I played for the local Amersham town, and Michael played in Nottingham as well, and had a trial at Vicarage Road. Didn't go any further, but there was at the stage even then that you had to decide soccer or cricket really. That Jimmy Standen, who you may remember, he's a bit older than us,
goalkeeper.
But he lived at Chorley Wood, just down the road, and I think he did both, and I think he's the only guy to win a FA Cup medal and a Championship medal.
64 he won the FA Cup,
something
didn't
like that,
he?
yeah.
I think it was.
And he Worcester when he played for Worcester.
He did indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've remained a Watford Football Club fan. Who would just talk about one or two of the names when you were growing up? Who's sticking in your brain?
Oh, at Watford.
Yeah.
Oh well, Cliff Holton.
Cliff Holton
was the number one. He's still a big name there, really, although it's been gone a long time now. And they were all sort of local guys, and there was an Australian actually, Frank Mitchell, played for Worcestershire, played a bit for Warwickshire, played in the Warwickshire League and Birmingham League, but he played for a number of clubs, including Watford. And then, Pat Jennings, he started at Watford, and a number of others right up to in the Premier League.
Yeah. Let's then move on to your cricket. You played minor county cricket with Buckinghamshire for several seasons, didn't you?
Yes, I first played when I was 17, and then in the minor county championship I played from 18 until I went to Surrey.
And I think, got a funny feeling you played a game against Johnny Harris, didn't you? one of your first games.
Yeah, John Harris was playing for Suffolk.
For Suffolk, you're absolutely right.
He started running from the side screen. Had to play forward in the end. No. Yeah, John Harris. There was a few old timers playing in the minor counties in those days. A guy called Perkins that played for Suffolk.
Yeah.
He played till he's 50 odd, I think. And another guy that played for Kent, Ted Witherden.
Yes.
He ended up at Suffolk, I think. Bill Edrich.
Of course, yeah.
Norfolk. and then Alan Revel played for Berkshire. Played, was at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, yeah.
Well, he might have played for Leicester as well. I'm not
I
sure.
think he did.
GRJ Root.
Yeah.
Berkshire. Before he joined Surrey, and I can't think of other players that went on to play first class cricket. Not in not long term.
No.
But it was the odd one.
Yeah. Now, how did you become involved with Surrey? How did that come about?
Well, basically, Arnold Long was the established wicketkeeper, but they didn't have a professional reserve wicketkeeper, and they basically advertised.
Right.
And at the beginning of '74, it went down pre-season to the Oval with a number of other guys, and I was fortunate enough to be the one that was offered a contract.
So you were obviously then moved to London?
Yes, I had to. That winter, I moved to London to qualify by residence, and that took me through basically to nearly the end of '65.
Right.
So I didn't get a first team game till '66, the university game at the Oval. But then I played in the county championship at the Old Arms Park. That's my county championship debut.
Right, at Cardiff.
On a interesting wicket. Rain affected, of course.
Yeah.
And but John Edrich played very well, and we won comfortably in the end.
Who were some of the people that you sort of would have been involved with when you were at Surrey? Was Arthur McIntyre part?
Oh yeah, he was the coach.
Yeah.
Big disciplinarian, and he helped me enormously, and I always thanked Arthur for that. And Mickey Stewart, of course, who was a captain, just finished 75 years at the Oval now.
Yeah.
Incredible, 15 to 90.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to him for a while, but he was the club captain, and of course there was Ken Barrington, John Edrich, and any number of good professionals that also played at Surrey at the time. Even Bernie Constable was the oldest, I think, in those days. He was still there in '64, '65. He was well in his 40s then. But we sort of lived under the shadow still of the great side of the 50s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were always expected to win the championship, whatever. But it did happen the season after I left, '71.
Yeah.
And it's happened a few times since. But in the '60s, well, I think we got to the Gillette Cup final.
Yeah.
And that was about it, I think. But we were always, high up in the championship. But
because looking at one game that you played in, I think it was the seconds. David Gibson got a 9 for, or 7 for, 9 for.
Well, I always rated David Gibson.
Yeah.
And because he could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and he bowled them very well. You couldn't really tell which way it was going if you just go into bat.
Yeah.
I remember playing once in a second team game and against Hampshire, and Gordon Greenwich was in his teens, I'd say, and it was at Cranley, and it was green as a bowling green, and he gave him 2 outers, and the in-swinger, they all fell over. But nobody would have played it, let alone Gordon at 17. No. So he was very, very good bowler. Unfortunately, not with us anymore.
No.
But it was Ronnie Tyndall. Played with Jimmy
Chelsea,
Greaves at Chelsea, West Ham. He ended up in Australia.
Yeah, did he?
Yes, he coached in Perth.
Right.
Soccer mainly. I met him there. He came over to the East Coast for a coaching trip back in the '90s.
Right.
Yeah. Saw him then. And David Sydenham was another one.
Yeah.
He could bowl in-swingers and out-swingers, and just a bit like Budgie in as much that he held the ball up for the away swinger and down for the in-swinger
Right.
on his approach.
So you knew which way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
let's move on to how you came to come to Somerset. I mean, obviously you built the Oval from '64 to '69.
That's right.
Probably had 10 Champo games,
About
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then how did you come to make the move?
Well, I was keen to obviously play first class cricket more, and I had a number of opportunities from, well, not a number, but I mean a number of other counties interested. But I never actually got a contract anywhere through different circumstances. I remember I was coaching in South Africa, and Middlesex wanted me to join because they said John Murray wasn't going to play anymore, but of course he did. So that didn't come to fruition. And so, excuse me. In the end, I got an approach from Somerset in '69.
Right.
And I went to, that's the first time I went to Taunton.
Really?
August, '69. And met the captain, Mr. Langford. Robbo was in attendance, I think. And Richard Robinson was the secretary then. And signed on. Well, I think they wanted me to play at the Western Festival.
Right.
But because Surrey were could have won the championship that year, they didn't want to release me because of in case Arnold Long got injured. So I came back at the beginning of '70. Very cold, April the 1st.
So obviously, when you signed, what sort of a deal would they have given you? Can you remember what that was?
It wasn't that exciting. I signed on to play, but I was guaranteed to play.
Yeah.
But it was actually, the annual income was less than Surrey 2's.
Really?
Yeah. But with, if we happened to win a game, or and appearance money and things, it was more or less, I think, worked out about the same, really.
And what sort of contract would you have been signed on?
Oh, I think I had a 3 or 4 year contract.
You did, right, okay.
Yeah, so that was good from that point of view.
So you then moved down?
Oh, I was coaching abroad, and then on April the 1st I reported to Taunton. Right. And we. I had moved into one of the supporters club's houses. With our signing from Sussex.
Alan Arthur Jones.
Alan Arthur Jones, yes, mine host in Greenway Road.
Alan Arthur Jones. You shared a house with Jonah
for about 6 months, I think.
Right.
At the maximum. No, we shouldn't be cut. He told me he was a cordon bleu cook.
Did he? I bet he wasn't.
Didn't quite work out that way.
No, and obviously, Closey was. You were there before Closey because Lange was your first captain, wasn't
Well, actually, the last game of 1970 was Yorkshire at Hull.
Right.
We had a few days off, and then Hull for Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Harrogate on the Sunday. So it was a bit of a tour, and we lost quite comfortably on the Tuesday morning, I think. But that turned out to be Brian Closey's last game.
Really?
Yeah.
And did we know he was coming to Somerset then?
No, not then. No, definitely not. Because Tom Cartwright had also joined, along with Alan Jones and Maurice Hill and Stephen Hallam. Steve Wilkinson and Hallam were qualifying, I think. And so there was at least 6 new players for that start of that season. And then 71, well, I was away again playing in the Currie Cup that winter. So then we learnt after Christmas that Closey was coming.
Right.
And that's also when Kerry O'Keefe joined for a couple of seasons. Yeah.
Right.
So we had the start of 71 was fantastic because it was very dry.
Yeah.
Not particularly warm, but and the wickets were conducive for spin. And we got off and we won 2 or 3 games in May straight off. Very good games as well.
Did you like keeping the spinners?
Yes. Well, Lange was captain.
Yeah.
And he gave Kerry every opportunity, and I think got 47 wickets in May.
Right.
So and that together with Tom and Joan. Oh well, I'm trying to think who the other opening bowler was. I should know, because Roy Palmer had left in 70.
Yeah, and Ken had gone in 69.
Ken had gone in 69. Oh, I get told off for that. Who was the other opening bowler in 71?
I'm just trying to think.
I just can't think of it. Well, Budgie was. Yeah, Budgie was there.
Yeah.
I suppose he must have opened with Jonah, and then Tom would have come on first change, and then Kerry and Lange. So it was, quite a good attack, really. But then the rain started, and we still did all right. I mean, it was a good. We got the semi-final of the Gillette as well that year against Lancashire at Taunton, full house. So that was. I remember that game well. Unfortunately, we lost. But coming from like last in 69 to a Gillette Cup final within 18 months was a pretty good performance.
But people have always liked their one-day cricket at Taunton, haven't they?
Oh yeah, well particularly the Sunday League and the Gillette Cup. But
because you played obviously before the one-day, before the Sunday League came in.
Yes.
Gillette came in 63, Sunday League 69, I think.
Correct.
Didn't it?
Yeah, and then the Benson Hedges started in 70, didn't it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, that was 55, so I mean, it's basically the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
And we did pretty well in the Benson Hedges over the years, and then by the time 73 wasn't a great season, I don't think, but 74 we had all the young superstars.
Yeah, you did.
So Lord Botham and Sir Vivian.
And what was it like when they came into the dressing room? I mean, I can't imagine they ever came with sort of shy, retiring pilots.
No. Well, actually, Vivian was. I met Vivian in at Bath in 73.
Right, yeah.
Because he'd come over from the Caribbean and was playing for Lansdowne.
Yeah.
And when we played at Bath, he came down as 12th man. And he was very quiet. But shortly afterwards, met the Lord. And he wasn't as shy after that. But Ian was always very exuberant. I remember him playing pre-season, and he was a very confident young man. And everybody knows the Ian Botham story, don't they? So we went from strength to strength then, and along with Vic and Peter and Phil Slocum, and they were the main three, and Jerry Lloyd's, of course.
Yeah.
I think he came the year after 75, perhaps. Yeah. And then, but Closey was still playing. I mean, I'll never forget. I think it was. It must have been 77, and we played one of our first championship games at Hove, and after the first day's play, I was with Budgie and Tony Gregg, who was captain then.
Yeah.
And he said to Budgie and I, looking for an opening batsman. And we looked along the bar, and there he was. Don't be very clever, Haig. Big DB Close.
Yeah.
Sure, he's the best player he can pick. And 2 weeks later, Greggy picked him. But I mean, he did all right. But I mean, the thing was, he was 46, and it's atrocious, really, what happened at Old Trafford in the dark with Edrich and Close.
Yeah.
No helmets, dark, and the fastest bowlers in the world.
Yeah.
Bowling 4 or 5 bounces and over.
Yeah.
I mean, it just wouldn't be allowed to happen these days.
No, it wasn't.
No helmets, nothing.
No.
Closey just kept testing them off, which he did. Well, that's right. After that game, we were playing a Gillette Cup game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and I went to see him because we travelled up from Somerset, I suppose, and he was in his room, covered from here to in bruises.
Bruises, yeah.
So I said, "Are you going to play tomorrow?" He said, "Of course I can, lad." And we performed terribly. We were bowled out for a low 150 or something, and Closey got 70 on. So everybody felt embarrassed, I think. And of course, Warwickshire won. But, oh no, very brave.
Yeah, and he drew that side together, didn't he, really, that Rosie took on?
Yeah, he did. But, look, I mean, Closey did. He was an extraordinary bloke, but he also did some extraordinary things, particularly in one-day games. I think we were playing at Taunton against Gloucester once, and you know, we got 2 or 3 wickets out, one thing and another, and he then put Merv on. You know, excuse me, Merv. And I don't know if he got a wicket or not. I can't remember, but he got a wicket somewhere, so he thought he put Merv. But then we lost the initiative, and then Mike Proctor got into, because Mike Proctor was a great player of spinners, and poor old Kerry kept going out the ground. So game over. So he did a few crazy things in one-day games, but of course he always liked to attack, and that, you know, that won him a lot of friends, and he was popular with everyone. Really.
Fielded pretty close to the bat, didn't
he? Well, he was never far away from me.
I was going to say, you must have had quite a lot to do with him.
Especially if we were on top.
Yeah,
yeah.
Absolutely.
I remember, yeah, on so many occasions when, you know, it's intimidating for the batsman.
Yeah. And then obviously, Closey went, and Rosie stepped into the job, didn't
That's
he?
right.
In 78.
Yeah. Well, there were a number of us were sort of in line for the captaincy, and then but the club chose Brian, which on hindsight was of course the best decision that could have happened, because
was it at the time?
Sorry.
At the time, was it, or what did you think?
Well, it proved to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, he was. It was obviously changing the guard, and from a personal point of view, I was older than the rest, apart from you know, Merv and Budgie.
Yeah.
And I would have thought I'd have had a chance, but overall, I've got no regrets, and that was the club's decision, and that's what I stood by. And Brian proved to be a very good captain, totally different to Closey, of course. And we were very unfortunate not to win in his first year.
Yeah, you were.
Well, we were a bit unlucky in Closey's last year. That was another. But at the same, you know, we lost to the worst side, or the bottom side in the Sunday League at Cardiff, and they'd had the worst chasing record in the league. What did Closey do? Put them in. But anyway, that's, you know, by the by. But we should have won that game, and then we'd have broken our duck. But so in '79, we got full revenge.
You did the double, didn't you? Yeah. Just tell me about that, Derek. I mean, did the fact that you'd lost the year before, because you got beaten by Sussex, didn't you?
Yeah, well, that was ironical as well, because I think we'd already played Sussex 4 times in the twice in the Championship, Sunday League and Benson's, and we'd beaten them every time, all 4 games. So I suppose there was an air of overconfidence in that respect. Excuse me. But from memory, Ian and Viv didn't let us down, you know, they both got runs. But Vivian didn't get 100, but I mean, you can't expect him to get 100 every game. But we didn't get a big total, about 220 or something. And then we bowled badly with the new ball to Gian Mendes and John Barclay, who were square of the wicket players, and we bowled short. And they had a flying start, and we got them both out, and Imran and Javid, and we thought we had a chance then. They were about 100 odd for 4, but Paul Parker played very well, and that was it, game over. So and then the next year we got a better score against Northants, and we were pretty confident we could, with Joel as well. Well, Joel would bowled very well then, and we got early wickets, and but Alan Lamb and Jeff Cook played very well.
Yeah.
But then, fortunately, Alan Lamb was stumped.
Yeah. By you. Yeah.
Off Vivian.
Yeah.
And that was it, game over.
Very nifty bit of keeping, dare I say.
Well,
I've seen the replay.
One of the better ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
Well, it was he hit over a half volley, so always difficult to take. But so that, I was happy with that. And then that was it. And then, well, we didn't think we'd win the Sunday League because Kent had to beat Middlesex at Canterbury, and but they lost.
Yeah.
And we beat Nottingham pretty comfortably at old Trent Bridge. So that was it.
And that was Budge's last game.
And the boots up over there, up, and he Budge. Yeah. Never saw him for 37 years.
Yeah, I mean, you must have some very fond memories of that. The glory years run.
Oh yes.
Playing with people like Joel and Vivian.
Well, with us the Australian game was Joel's at Bath was his debut.
Exactly. Yeah.
And well, I personally, I think half the others had never met Joel then.
No.
And the Bath Pavilion.
Yeah, indeed.
And his head was above the door.
Yeah.
might help with a few deliveries. And he bowled very well straight away. But all the lads bowled well. And
Budgie did quite well that day, didn't he?
He did. He could always move the ball around at Bath.
Yeah.
And he mesmerised a few of the later order Australians, and got a fifer. And but although I'm sorry to blow my top, but his first wicket was a leg side stumping.
Yeah.
Craig Sargent, the opening batsman. So that got him on his way, and then Ian chipped in, but Greg Chappell got 100, but they only got 200, I think. And then, that was another. This might be cut. No, but we had Closey just had time to get a duck on the first evening, and then there was a reception at the Bath, the Roman Bath.
Yeah.
And IT Botham, DB Close, and D Breakwell wanted to christen Kerry, who was playing for the Australian side, in the Roman Baths.
Right.
But unfortunately, DB fell over. And the next morning, I had a phone call to Derek Lellam at the hospital. Can you take over? Because I was the vice captain.
Yeah.
So we never saw him till lunchtime. But we batted very well because Rosie got 100. Well, they all got runs, and he turned up. We were 350 for 3 or 4, and Phil had 50 or 60 as well, I think, and declared the innings closed. He said, "I want to have a go at them before tea and after tea." Yeah. So, well, the Aussies ran off, and Slokes and Rosie was still out there. We had to drag them off, but. Anyhow, he came out to field, and after about 10 minutes, he said, "It's no good, lad. I've got to go off again. I'll leave it to you." So, we managed to bowl them out again. Although David Hookes got 100, one of the few hundreds he got in overseas, played very well. But we only had to chase 180, 190, and we won comfortably by about 6 wickets. And Ian and Viv were in at the end, in an all-round Bath.
That must have been one of your memorable games.
Oh yeah, it was.
To beat the Aussies.
Yeah, that's
First
right.
time I'd ever beaten them, wasn't
Well, I remember Greg Chappell coming up to me on the second morning. He said, because I had to tell him about Closey, and he said, "Do you mind if Doug Walters has a substitute fielder?"
Right.
So I said, "Well, for what reason?" He said, "Oh, been up all night playing cards." I said, "I do mind, yes." So he had to go out and field. Well,
Right.
I mean, still, but I mean, those were the days, as they say. But he was another one, great player in Australia, and natural athlete. But well, I mean, it wouldn't happen today anyway, would it?
No.
But well, I suppose the latest comparison would have been the late Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, indeed.
But that was all brought on by other things as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So, there we are.
And one of the things you've not talked about, you talked about the Benson and Hedges, but you actually hold a record, don't you, in Benson and Hedges?
Yes.
Tell us about that, Dan.
Well, last season I played, actually. We were playing Oxford and Cambridge at Taunton in one of the zone games.
Yeah.
And it was a bouncy wicket for Taunton, and they kept nicking it, and I never dropped one for a change. 8 out of 10. Yeah. Off, I think every bowler. Well, Both opened the bowling. I think with Dredgy, of course. I've forgotten Dredgy.
Yeah, Dredgy.
But Dredgy wasn't playing in. No, he didn't play until. I'm thinking back to what I said earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
But he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't playing then.
No. Dredgy played. He debuted at Bath. He bowled Glenn Turner out on debut.
That was his first wicket.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it, Glenn Turner, like an off break. Anyway, yes. So there was Ian and Colin, and I think Vic played certainly, and Hallam, yeah, and Peter Roebuck. He bowled that. I caught a couple of him. So well, no one's ever caught 8 since.
No.
There's 2 guys got 6 catches and 2 stumpings.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, the way it's played now, how's the wicketkeeper ever going to catch 8?
Yeah, exactly.
They're all on the short boundaries.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So so that was good. Yeah, well, I didn't realise, but at the time that was the first time a wicketkeeper had ever got a gold medal.
Absolutely.
I remember playing in a game at Street, funny enough, and against Gloucester. That was a Benson Hedges, and I caught the first 3 off Hallam, I think, and Jimmy Folk got 70 odd, and they got about 170, and apart from running Rosie out, we only lost 1 wicket.
Right.
And I did get a mention, but 80 odd not out, but I didn't get the gold medal.
You got the gold medal for 8 catches.
Yeah, I thought it was Jim Laker, I think. Jim Laker. He mentioned me, but thought I had a chance. Perhaps I shouldn't have run Rosie out. But I can't remember. Oh, close. No, that was the game because we won by 9 wickets with 5 overs to spare.
Right.
And when I came in, Closey said, "You've got to remember, lad, there's world-class batters waiting in the pavilion to bat, like myself and Vivian." So I said, "Thanks, bro." Yeah.
Gary, during your years at Somerset, I mean, you obviously played against a lot of really good players who were about at that stage. Who would be a sort of the best bowler that you faced during your playing career?
What fast bowler, spin bowler?
Yeah, fast bowler and spin bowler.
Well, the fastest bowler, 2 bowlers, was Michael Holding and Jeff Thompson.
Right, yeah.
Definitely the quickest. But I mean, Dennis Lilly was a great bowler, but even quite as fast as Jeff Thompson or Michael Holding. Andy Roberts was a great bowler. I think I opened the batting against Andy Roberts more than Jeff Boycott.
Mm. And of course, no helmets were there in those days?
No helmets, no.
So you were...
Well, it was Wayne Daniels and a number of others. But I remember in my last year playing against, I think it was the last year, playing against Wayne Daniels with a helmet.
Yeah.
And it seemed to make a big difference.
Right. But
that was just when they were coming in. And then... lots of, not lots, but I had the utmost difficulty playing Ambition Beatty.
Did you? Right.
I thought he was a very good bowler.
Yeah.
And, there was a whole plethora, really.
Yeah.
Good bowlers. Derek Underwood.
Yeah.
And he was always difficult to get away. And... I suppose, just trying to think who the others were, but so many names really.
Yeah. And what about from a Somerset perspective? Who did you enjoy keeping to best?
I think with in a way, I suppose I'd say T.W. Cartwright.
Right, you used to stand up to him, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, mostly. Not always, not if it was a really rain-affected wicket, perhaps. But 9 times out of 10, yes. But I enjoyed keeping to all of them, really. Some were more erratic than others, shall we say. But Tom was very accurate.
Yeah.
And I always enjoyed keeping it to Budgie as well, because I knew what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And although he was only there a short time, Kerry as well, and Brian Langford. And then, but they all had their merits. So.
And you've obviously batted with Vivian, I'm guessing, quite a few times.
Yeah, I did. Yes,
what was it like standing the opposite end watching a masterclass like that?
Well, I remember we were playing Gloucester once at Weston, and he had 60 odd, and I had 60 odd because I'd opened. So he caught me up easy enough, and he came up to me and he said, "Shall we both get hundreds today?" 2 overs later, we're both out. I said, "You well said, Viv," but that was just one of the funny things. But no, well, I was also lucky enough to play with Sonny Gavaskar.
Were you? Yeah, because he was here for a season, wasn't he?
And he was, I remember batting with him at the Oval for some time. And my old pal Pat Pocock was bowling. And Sonny said, "Don't hit him for too many fours, we want to keep him on." Just 1 and over. Because he's a great player of spinners.
Yeah.
And I think he got 90 or 100. But Sylvester Clark was, he's another one, Sylvester Clark.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of his balls were faster than the other ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
Not making any
implications.
implications.
Absolutely, no, indeed.
But so we didn't want him to stay on, but he did, unfortunately. And Jackers was there, of course. He was always trying very hard.
Yeah.
But Sonny was. It's a good experience playing cricket with him, and I think that 1980 was the last of the uncovered wickets.
Mm-hmm.
And Vivian played, but he'd also toured with the West Indies so he played it towards the end and at the start, I think. And Sonny played most of the games in between. So very lucky to play with 2 such great players. And but the King was the best to played against, Gary.
Yeah.
When he played for Nottinghamshire.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And we played a Sunday league game, I think, at Taunton, and we got a reasonable score. Got a couple of early wickets, and Gary came in. It was September. It was dark. And he just hit them all round the ground. Game over. Got about 18 not out in the dark.
So he would be probably the greatest player you've ever...
Well, all-round cricket. He could do, opener bowling, slow left arm. He could bowl everything, catch everything, and supreme batsman. So, I mean, there's been a lot of good all-rounders, obviously, but I would say he's a standout.
And 40 years ago, you packed your bags and went off to Australia.
That's right.
What have you been doing with yourself since then, Derek?
I've been pretty busy. I've been busy coming back. Come back about 20 times.
Yeah.
But initially I joined Consolidated Press with through Tony Gregg in Sydney, and I was there for about 6 or 7 years, and then that changed, and then I was on my own for a couple of years, and then I had the opportunity to go to Queensland from Sydney, and we made the move in '91, and end of '91. And we've been there ever since. And but I retired from actual working in about about 2005.
Right.
But now I was in real estate then.
Right. Right.
I did some coaching, did a bit of coaching with the Queensland, the QCA, with Barry Richards was the CEO at the time.
Right.
But he's long retired from that. And then since, I've been retired since for the last 17 years. Yeah.
And do you keep in touch with people back here?
Oh, yes. Yes.
And you always seem to come back regularly and enjoy your time back here.
Indeed. Yeah, we do. And still summer, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Living in Somerset, it's always summer.
That's right. No, but it was it's very hot earlier on.
Yeah, it has been.
But we've had a lot of rain in Australia, but on the east coast, so it's very pleasant. But it's also you've had enough rain here.
Yeah.
You like everything green, and the leaves aren't even off the trees yet.
No, we're still into the
summer. No, very nice.
So you never regretted coming down to Somerset back in 1970?
Oh no, not at all. No. I've always had a connection now, and the name.
Absolutely. Well, Derek, thank you very much indeed for talking to us today.
Okay, Richard.
And always a pleasure to talk to you and see you back at Somerset.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks
Derek. Thank you.